Wherever there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Owen and AJ Talks. I'm Owen Finch, and I'm here with
AJ Talon, and today, finally, we're doing Danny Phantom Season 1, Episodes 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you're probably wondering, like, what the heck happened to this channel? Why did it just go randomly inactive one day? Pretty much, well, retro movie reviews, it's up in the air what's gonna happen with that. I know you've heard it's been canceled, but we might be able to revive it if we can find new people, but we'll see. If not, what will happen is, everything we were going to do with retro movie reviews will just happen on this show. AJ and I would just do it, so, it's not like, we're not going to cover movies here now, so I just want to make sure, like,
Yeah, see, we're kind of related, so we're kind of stuck with each other, so you don't have to worry about us going away.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of people and families and stuff that don't talk anyways, so... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I can name a few in our family who we'd rather not speak of.
Yeah. But anyhow... the reason this show, though, went inactive is because, well, as you guys remember, I went to Hershey and everything like that. We did one video back, and it looked like things were going to go better. We were going to finally start to get some stuff done. And then, like, just stuff in your life just really changed.
Oh, yeah. That literally happens constantly. You're busy, I'm free, then you're free, and then I'm super busy.
Yeah.
I've been doing an internship, volunteering for community service, doing 4 classes, and trying to graduate. So, I've been really busy.
So, that's why, like, we finally, I don't know how, we just finally figured out, like, hey, I mean, we're recording this on a Thursday, but we figured out, like, we could find one day a week to do it. We originally were going to do this, like, 2 Sundays ago, and then it turned into next Sunday, and then it turned into a Thursday, because...
Yeah, I was busy today, but I was like, fuck it, I just want to get this done. We're doing it during the week.
But yeah, let's just get, into it. I think we decided to do Danny next. If you guys remember, we did Avatar, Ben, and Danny. And I think we decided to do it this way because we found that when we did it the other way, I don't think it's going to happen always, but I think it just happened that way. We didn't enjoy Danny as much because we had, Ben and Avatar to compare it to, and Ben and Avatar's season premiere was quite awesome.
Although, I think we'll, like... it'll depend. Like, I think these 3 episodes of Danny are better than the 3 episodes of Ben we'll be reviewing next.
Yeah,
so it's like, all 3 of these shows are really similar, and they also aired around the same time. So I think it's a fair comparison. But,
right.
But I'm just saying, going into the future, we will be making the same comparisons.
Right.
And we'll probably, like, change up the order. Like, I think... Next, I said we're going to do Danny first, then Avatar and Ben, and then after that we'll do Ben, Avatar, Danny. So we'll change up the order as we go.
Yeah, I remember we had this system down, but because schedules got
so busy. It's been a while. Now I kind of forgot it.
Yeah, but anyhow, let's just get right into these episodes. It would be interesting to see how this goes. I know we've done this style before, but now that, like, we talk for a long time, I feel like it's going to go either south or not great, but we'll see. Well, but yeah, we're gonna start first with season 1, episode 2, parental bonding. This episode aired on April 9th, 2004, and it was directed by Wincat Akala, Sean Dempsey, and Butch Hartman. And then the storyboard was written by Stephen. Or I should say drawn by, because you don't really write when it comes to doing a storyboard. But it was done by Stephen Sustarczyk, I can't say that name, but I tried. And David Silverman, and it was written by Stephen Malmo and Sib Ventress. Where the heck did all these Steves come from? It's like, the heck. I'm pretty sure my friend Steve's gonna be showing up there. Like,
yeah. I'm glad you looked at your phone because I totally forgot I had all the wikis pulled up for these episodes, so I'm gonna look at them real quick.
Good job. But yeah, let's just start off by talking about this.
I think the name of this episode was a little misleading. I mean, I've already seen this before. You figure this would be more about Jack and Maddie, but it's more so about Sam Tucker and Paulina.
Well, not necessarily, just because there's a big thing that Danny loads in this episode that he ends up having to use on one of his parents. So I think that's kind of why they called it.
I thought that was more of a subplot, so I just thought I'd mention it because One of a Kind and Attack of the Killer Garage Sale, I think we're more on point.
Yeah,
obviously,
definitely.
It's not like a demerit for this episode. It's like, how dare this episode's title be not accurate? I'm just saying, like, I just thought it was kind of funny how the title was a little misleading.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it is a little misleading because you would think the main plot would kind of evolve around parental bonding, and I would say it was more of a B plot than anything else, like which was kind of, strange. But anyhow, I think one thing we should do for Danny that we're not going to do with the other shows is talk about, like, the graphic that they show when they do, when they say what the episode is, just because a lot of work gets put into it.
The title card / like comic book covers are really cool. I wish Ben did this because Ben was also like comic book inspired. But I think it's really cool how they frame it like a comic book cover, where it's typically Danny fighting against the villain of the episode. And when Danny's over, we should do like a tier list. Rate them all.
Right. I'll say this. I think the reason why Danny does it, this is just me guessing here. I'm not saying this is fact. The person who made the show also, draws his own characters and everything like that, so he probably really wanted to put a lot of focus on their title codes and everything like that.
Right. Yeah, they really pop out. They really capture the theme of each episode. I think they're all really cool.
I feel like you can definitely tell a lot more effort was put into these ones because it's not the pilot, so they didn't want to put, too much into the pilot, just to blow all their budget and everything like that.
I was going to say, I think we talked about it briefly, but Mystery Meat, it was the title card was a little it was pretty much just Danny flying through the meat monster.
Right.
I think this one was a lot better. You see Danny facing off against a dragon with possessed Paulina in the background.
And I think his dad's in there because that ties into the episode, that type of stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the episode starts off. They're at Fenton Works, Danny's home, and Danny just comes downstairs and he wants to know what his dad's doing, and we see that his dad is acting like he's going fishing, and we should say this now because I just remembered it. You can definitely tell there's a little bit of a time skip instantly between this episode and the first one because Danny is an anthology. It's not really going to get mentioned because obviously, other than a few episodes, it's very the plot ends pretty much after an episode.
Right, it's episodic mainly. Like there's not too much of a through line. I guess of course some episodes are more plot heavy than others.
Right.
But Danny's mainly episodic, so passage of time isn't really mentioned that much.
Right. But you definitely know there's a time skip. I mean, this is a little thing. There's a big reason you could tell there's a time skip, but if you remember the last episode, the first episode, Jack mentions he didn't know how to work the ghost portal, but here he has a fishing line and he throws the fishing line, he casts it out into the ghost portal, and this is actually, you can kind of tell there's been a bit of a time skip because if you remember, he didn't know how to work the ghost portal in the first episode, so
And also, before Danny just flat out his powers would just turn on and off whenever. He still doesn't have a solid grasp of them, as we see later in this episode. He's still accidentally phasing through things.
Right.
But he has a better grasp than he did, so I'd say it's probably been a couple weeks.
Yeah. By the way, for those that don't watch,
Danny just decided to be a superhero at the end of episode 1, and here he's already calling himself Danny Phantom,
right,
and all that stuff. So yeah, it's probably been a while, not too long, but it's been like I said, a couple weeks, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I'm going to mention this to the viewers, and you can't see this because you're not screen recording, but you will when you watch the video. Occasionally, I'm going to be going back and making sure my audio is recorded, Because there's been times I've done videos where my audio will just shut off. I want to make sure we're not doing this video, wasting our time and everything like that. So you're just gonna have to put up with it because it's either that or you're gonna get a video that doesn't work. So I don't want that. But anyhow, you know, I think too, you know, I kind of would have liked in a way. There was an episode like where they did a B plot in a way where Jack was trying to figure out how to work the Fenton portal, and you got to see his reaction to him getting it work. But I feel like episode 1 does kind of fix that problem, considering the fact that because he kind of has we saw his reaction what he was like when Ghost exists. So I feel like that kind of fixes that problem. But yeah, Jack is fishing for ghosts. We revealed that he invented this fishing pole that can fish for ghosts, and what makes it special is the line on the pole is like made special so that ghosts can't break it. Pretty much.
It's basically indestructible.
Yeah, which I think is cool. And
it's funny. Episodes 1, 2, and 4 all kind of start the same, where it starts in the basement with Jack explaining like a new invention to Danny.
Yeah, I think too. This again, they wanted to, kind of really show that Danny's parents are ghost hunters, so they want to make sure, like, that's a big plot part of the show.
The comics, but they like a lot of their inventions do end up working.
Yeah, which I like that they made a joke about it in one of the last episodes of the season. So, but eventually, Jack has to use the bathroom at one point, so he has Danny sit in and basically, just sit there basically and like reel in any, I was gonna say fish, but any ghosts that come in. But what a coincidence though, and you could say this is kind of a coincidence. The second that Jack leaves, Danny gets a bite on the line. That's a bit too much of a coincidence. Like,
well, episode 1 was kind of doing the same thing, where like every time a ghost showed up, Jack was like looking the other way.
Yeah, so
like I think it's similar thing where just whenever the plot happens, it's as soon as Jack and Maddie leave.
Yeah, but Danny gets a bite on the line, so he wheels it in. But when you see what the actual ghost was, I don't really think that they really reeled it in. It was a dragon. It was a dragon ghost, and the dragon comes in, and Danny, the dragon's saying that he has to go, and this is definitely, we can tell that where Danny's getting more confident, because obviously we've mentioned this in the last video, where we covered Danny anyways, because I forgot the last video was Avatar. But we mentioned that, Danny didn't do any of his one-liners yet because he wasn't confident. He was still getting a grasp on his powers. You can definitely tell that Danny has a better grasp of his powers because now this is where he starts to really do his one-liners now and everything like that. So that's kind of, doing the Spider-Man thing where, he has a lot of one-liners and everything like that.
Yeah, he quips a lot. I forgot how funny Danny is. I think I texted you after I watched these episodes that Danny's a lot funnier than I remember.
Yeah. And, we will say, I think it just depends. Some of the one-liners are funny. Some of them are a bit cheesy. I think, though, for the most part, with these episodes...
even the cheesy is kind of charming,
Yeah. But, the dragon ghost grabs Danny, and Danny changes, and this was cool. He goes intangible while the dragon ghost, like, has him in his I guess you call him palms since it's a dragon. And he, like, disappears and then, goes and, he, teleports, a few feet away and all that type of stuff, which was really cool.
Yeah.
Danny beats up the dragon fairly easily. He doesn't, but the reason for that isn't what you would think it would be. Apparently the dragon was wearing this necklace, and the necklace falls off, and it falls into Danny's backpack, and the dragon, turns into a woman from way back in the day, like the 1600s.
Yeah, like Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Because she comes back later, and it's supposed to be medieval Europe.
Right. And we find out that
and she screams I just wanted to go to the ball, but my mom won't let me. Clearly it's Cinderella inspired.
Yeah, very much. I always thought this was meant to be Cinderella, and they obviously got the tie-in, but it was very Cinderella inspired. And I did like the line that Danny says that they mentioned that it was a costume party, and Danny's just like, if that's her idea of a costume, I'm on Mummy's side. I thought that was a really funny line by Danny. Like, that's just really cool. Like,
although I did think it was weird how she, like, it seemed like she got sucked back into the portal somehow. Like, she's on the ground, like, I just wanted to go to the ball, and then she, like, turns into goo and, like, gets sucked back in.
Yeah, that was strange. That doesn't happen, like, really ever in the show again. This is, like, the only time that it ever happens. So...
and also, at the end of the episode, she's just, like, back somehow at the dance. She's just back.
Yeah, that's stuff that happens off screen, so that is strange.
Yeah. It was more comedic, but I'm just saying, like, this character's really, like, this character's just a plot device in this episode. Yeah.
And
like, the whole point is that she drops her necklace, and that starts the episode.
Even though this character shows up again, I hate to say it, I feel like we're not meant... I mean, again, I think when we've already seen the show, so spoilers... I don't think it's meant to be the same character, like, when we see her again. I think it's completely meant to be a different person, because she doesn't sound the same. I know you could say different voice actor, but she doesn't act, like, the same as in this episode. Like, it's like, I think it's meant to be a completely different character. I think so.
I think it's the same. I think it's one of those things where I think the writers, like, just took this idea from early on and, like, expanded on it, so it didn't, like, really match. So it is the same ghost. It's just, like, they expanded it to, like, where it doesn't really resemble early on.
Right. But, yeah, overall, I think afterwards, Jack comes down, and he forgot to flush, so they did, like, a comedic bit where he had to run and flush. He was like, oh, I almost forgot, and I thought that was pretty funny. And, yeah, overall, yeah. I thought this was a decent open.
You know, got a fight scene in real quick, sets it up real quick. Again, the dragon wasn't, like, a super interesting character. It was literally just existing to drop the necklace and, start the rest of the plot.
Yeah. I mean, we should say we noticed something I think I've noticed from the first few episodes. They didn't do a lot of fight scenes, I think, just because I don't think they wanted to blow their budget in case season 1 didn't work out. I think Fairly Odd Parents was still going at the time, so I don't think Butch Hartman could really put a lot... Like, there's still a good amount of fight scenes, but it kind of makes sense, to not put all your eggs into a basket that you don't... Like, say Danny Phantom gets canceled. Well, I know he does get canceled, but, since he gets canceled season 1, then you're like, Because that's what happened with Jimmy Neutron. The writers put all the efforts into a movie that panned in the box office, and then Jimmy kind of had to get... I mean, I know you said Jimmy... did have an ending, but it had to get canceled. That's kind of what happened with Jimmy. So I'm kind of I kind of like the fact, that Danny Phantom is very plot heavy in the beginning. But I understand why there's not a lot of fight scenes in the beginning. So
yeah. Although there are a couple really good shots, like when we get to Attack of the Killer Garage Sale, there were a couple shots that I really liked.
Right.
Action one.
So yeah, it was the.
By the way, this dragon lady was definitely a human before. Like later on, we see a picture of her.
Right.
I just want to point that out because years later, Butch Hartman was trying to claim that like ghosts aren't ghosts; they're like monsters from another dimension. No, they're clearly fucking ghosts.
Yeah, like
they mentioned multiple times that they were real people and that their human souls combined with ecto whatever. They're ghosts.
Especially too, we're gonna cover it when we do What You Want. The genies they even said was a person before, like.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, there's some examples where they're not, probably weren't, like Weather Guy and Nightmare Dude probably weren't humans.
What would you say? I would say Skulker probably. Would you say Skulker was a human? I would say he was definitely not a human first.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
I like to, and I would like to think Technus was a human at one point. I would think. I think he was.
Yeah, Technus seems pretty human-like. The way he dresses, the way he talks, seems like he was a human.
If I had to guess, I would say Technus was probably just like a mad scientist who like probably died in an accident or something. If I had to guess,
that's a good guess. Ember was probably a human. Johnny 13.
Yeah. His shadow probably wasn't a human, but he specifically was human.
Yeah. But anyway, Skulker probably wasn't, but this dragon lady was clearly a human. They pull up a picture of her from when she was alive.
I would say, the lady was a human, but the dragon wasn't human, probably.
Well, it's weird. She becomes a dragon with the necklace.
Right.
So. I think, she seems like she's a normal ghost without powers, and
Yeah.
then the necklace turns her into a dragon.
So, yeah, overall, anything else you want to say about the cold open before, we talk about continue talking about the episode?
No, like I said, I think it's kind of cool. Well, not cool. It's just, interesting how episodes 1, 2, and 4 all have, a very similar opening, where they're in the basement, there's a new invention, ghost comes out. I think this one was done good. It sets up the fishing line well. Dragon fight was interesting, like you said, not, super complicated. They probably didn't want to blow the budget.
Yeah.
Danny took care of it pretty easily, showing he's, getting better at being the superhero.
But I think it wasn't the reason for that was because the necklace fell off. I did like that the dragon didn't look like complete stupid. If
Danny just beat it easily, then the rest of the episode doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Danny won because the necklace fell off.
Yeah. I just realized, by the way, I forgot to hook up the good webcam. I was using my computer webcam, but oh well, we're in the video now. We're not going back. So, hopefully that doesn't affect the video or anything like that. But yeah, so we have the intro. The intro is going to be the same every episode. We've kind of talked about that.
We mentioned it before, but theme song, great. One of the best cartoon theme songs ever.
It might be my second favorite. I mean, SpongeBob. It probably is my favorite, but SpongeBob, because of nostalgia, will be my favorite. So
I'm a sucker for action songs, So SpongeBob's iconic, but it's not one of my favorites.
But yeah, so then the next scene's at the school, and we find out that there's a big school dance coming up. They don't necessarily say what the school dance is. I think it's meant to be homecoming, if I had to guess, because they treat this like a pretty big dance. Everybody's gonna go to it now, pretty much. Which that's definitely a thing that only really happens on TV. Because if you're a real teenager, not a lot of people really go to the school dances. That just doesn't happen. So,
throughout, I can already tell because I've been doing it a lot. I'm gonna be clearing my throat throughout the video. I have a rough throat, so just sorry about that. I'm gonna be a lot throughout this. So.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be clicking around on my computer doing this video, so they can put up with you clearing your throat. And I forgot to put on the good webcam, so I'm already...
Yeah, I'm already great start. Danny's been getting really bad luck with us so far.
What happened the last Danny review?
Well, just because we were kind of rough on it.
Oh, okay. But anyhow, so we find out that this big school dance coming up, and everybody's trying to get dates, and basically they do... We'll just say it now. They do a running joke pretty much with Tucker where he keeps trying to get a date and everyone just keeps denying him. I always kind of feel bad that this kind of happens to Tucker a lot. It happens. They do a good job with it though. It's not like he looks stupid. It actually is pretty funny because you can just tell he's willing to get one and everything like that. It's just not happening. I liked what.
Well, because it's funny because he's being he's hitting on them hey ladies, and they're yeah, no.
So it's deserved kind of that he's getting this. So
right.
I do like one of the ladies just says no in a way before he can even talk to them. It doesn't.
Right, he didn't even say anything yet.
I don't even think she looks at him. That's hilarious. But yeah. And this dance we know has been going on for a few days because they mentioned that Tucker this was the 1,000th time he'd been rejected and everything like that. So so it's not like the dance was just recently announced or anything like that. So
yeah. But they're just sitting at a table outside for lunch. Yeah. And then Danny and Tucker are just their eyes go boom.
Should we mention before that the big change they've made with Sam and Tucker? Because that was a big critique we had in the last episode.
Yeah. In these episodes, they're way nicer to each other and way less insufferable. Episodes, yeah. I don't know why episode 1, they were just such assholes to each other. But, it was only episode 1. From now on, they're, pretty chill to each other. They're good friends.
Unless they get into, a fight or something like that. But other than that...
Honestly... In this episode, it kind of seemed like they were setting up a love triangle between, Danny, Tucker, and Sam.
Yeah, I'm glad that didn't continue.
Yeah, like I was like pretty much after this episode, it's pretty much Danny and Sam.
Right.
But in this episode, it kind of felt like they were hinting at like Tucker and Sam.
Yeah, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I'm glad that they did change. I'm glad they did make that change. I think we talked about it. Now that they made that change, the characters are much more likable now and stuff. I think Sam was the one that was annoying us more, just because she kind of causes the plot to happen, type of thing.
Yeah, she causes the problem, and she's like more insistent that she's right. You know.
Yeah. So I like the fact that they definitely. I like the fact that they made that change to the characters.
And yeah, honestly, Sam in this episode is really good. She's a really good friend to Danny.
Yeah, I would say all 3 episodes, actually. She's actually really good. I would say there's an annoying thing that she does do in One of a Kind, but it's just like a little thing that bugged me, but we'll talk about it when we get there.
I think episode 4, they're a little too hard on Danny, but like it's not a big deal.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, so we get the first introduction to Paulina. She kind of, she's basically the person that Danny wants to be with, we find out later on, like throughout the whole show, up until, I would really say season 3. I think it kind of ends in the middle of like season 3 once they kind of...
Yeah, they don't really say when Danny stops liking her. But yeah, she's, the hot, popular girl that everyone likes.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. By the way, I noticed Danny Phantom has a lot more like diversity than a lot of shows on Nickelodeon did at the time.
Yeah. Well, Avatar, but that's, that's a different thing.
Well, Avatar is a little different because, like, Avatar is like pretty much everyone's like, it's like Avatar is based on like real cultures, but like it's not really. It's a fantasy world, so it's like.
I'd say Fairly Odd Parents though has a lot of like diversity too, though. You haven't seen it in a while. They have, they have the popular little girl there. They have, the geeks. I mean, they do a whole episode about popularity and everything like that.
Oh, Tricky? Was she? No, is that her name?
Trixie.
Trixie. Wait, she's
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
Wait, she's Asian, right?
Oh, you mean diversity in terms of, when it comes to, skin tone and everything like that. So,
yeah.
like there's the popular girl, there's the geeks, there's the band squad.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
and but it's just a minor thing. I'm just saying, for like 2004, like a lot of cartoons were pretty like standard.
Right.
So I'm saying I liked how Danny was like more, just I don't know, like everyone just different, It's
yeah,
cool.
that's cool. Yeah, it really makes them stand out and everything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they also, we should mention too, this happens a couple of times. We're not going to mention it. Sam does drop hints that she doesn't want to go to this dance, and she mentioned that there's awful dress that she doesn't want to wear, but it's a big plot line that happens in the show where, we find out later on that she does want to go to the dance. But I just want to mention that, Sam was kind of dropping hints and all that type of stuff, because she's upset that, like, nobody had, has been asking her. But I think, I actually kind of like this because you find out later, like, I think Sam doesn't want to be open about it because, she's
Well, yeah, I like it because. Well, sorry, go ahead. I didn't know you were still talking.
Because she's like goth and everything like that, and she's not open about her emotions and all that type of stuff. So I really like
Yeah, I was gonna say because she's like keeps calling Paulina shallow. So like I think it's like she doesn't want to admit that she like wants to do like stuff that like most other people want to do.
Yeah, which I thought was.
I still wants to establish like she's vegetarian and she like wants to do things differently from everyone else.
I'll say
she's kind of basically.
Yeah.
So this episode, I like that she's like insecure that she like wanted to do things like other girls.
I'll say this, by the way, though. I'm just gonna get this. It's not really a rant. It's just something funny I noticed that happens. Sam has a salad in like in several scenes of the show, and it's a cartoon thing, but she never eats the salad. It's always just there. Like,
I hate when shows do this, where it's like they have a full plate of food and they're not eating it.
Like at least Tucker and like Danny eat their food when you see them eating, but Sam has this salad like in 2 scenes of this episode, and she just doesn't eat it. She's just sitting there.
It is a nice attention to detail if they always have her eating a salad, though.
I know. But she just never eats it though. Like, yeah. I don't think Sam. I don't really think Sam eats much food in this episode because she orders pizza in one of the episodes. You never see him eat it.
But she never eats the pizza, yeah.
Yeah, and then we should pay attention to that, by the way. Like, if Sam ever actually eats her food, because, like...
Wait, actually, do vegans eat pizza? Because dairy is...
No, she's...
animal.
Well, she eats vegetarian. Is she vegetarian or vegan? Because there's a difference.
Right. That's what I was saying. Is she vegetarian or vegan? I'm not sure. Because vegetarians can eat dairy, but vegans can't.
Well, there's vegan pizza, so, you know. But anyhow, continuing. I'm just saying, it was kind of pissing me off, though, that Sam had this food there, and she just wasn't eating it. It's like...
Yeah.
I was like, eat
the damn food.
Yeah.
But anyway, Danny and Tucker are, like, oogling Paulina, the popular girl. And Sam's like, oh my god, guys, you're dumb.
Right. This is why she calls Paulina shallow. And, you know, it ends up this is important because it ties in to, like, the end of the episode. So, and then, Danny obviously likes her. This is kind of a cool thing. Tucker actually, like, you know, because he's so desperate for a date, he actually lets Danny, basically, he basically gives, because no one, typically when you see, like, something, they'll be like, oh, damn, something.
Like, fighting over her, but no, Tucker was encouraging the Danny to go ask her out.
Yeah. But Danny says that he gets, weak knee typically when he talks to cute girls. So that's why, like...
hey, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
So Danny goes over there, and I thought this was cool because he's so nervous, this causes his powers to act up. He's got his arm leading over the tree, and it goes intangible, and he falls over and everything like that. Danny is actually trying. I mean, he's nervous as hell, but he's actually trying to have a conversation.
Danny's trying to, riz her up, spit some game. But then his pants turn invisible and they fall down.
Yeah, and then
and everyone starts laughing at him. Poor guy. Everyone has nightmares about this as a teenager.
Yeah. I did like, though, I kind of wish they would have kept this going type of thing where, like, Danny's being nervous and stuff caused his powers to kind of go up. Like, that's when he kind of can't grasp his powers, which was cool.
I kind of wish they kept doing that. But, it was cool here. And speaking of Sam being a lot more likable than episode 1, Sam comes over to, like, defend him.
Yeah.
When everyone's like...
she basically, she calls Paulina shallow, and, she pulls Danny away, and Paulina thinks Danny and Sam are an item, because of how defensive Sam is being and everything like that. And basically this kind of makes Paulina want to basically steal Danny away from Sam. So the whole plan is pretty much that she's going to basically flirt with Danny just to, steal her away from Sam. Maybe she doesn't think they're an item, but she thinks they're on the verge of becoming an item and everything like that. So...
Well, I don't know, because at the end of the episode, she's, like, surprised when Sam says they're not dating.
Right, so
and then immediately Paulina's like, oh, well, fuck that, I'm going to go break up with him.
Yeah, so that's kind of what her plan is. I think it, they definitely did change Paulina's character a little bit, because even though she's a bit, shallow and everything like that, she's definitely not this bitchy, I would say, in later episodes type of thing.
Yeah, she sucks in this episode. I mean, like, she's obviously an asshole on purpose.
Right.
But, like, yeah, she's a real female dog in this episode.
Right. So, Danny and Taco are talking next at the school. A day's gone by this point. And Danny, is upset how much he blew it when it came to Paulina, and thinks that, he's lost his chance pretty much. And basically Paulina calls his name over. Tuck goes away, obviously, so he can have some alone time. And
yeah, again, being a good friend, I like how he's upset he's not getting a date. But he's not, like, fighting Danny over Paulina. He's, like, being a good friend, encouraging him.
Yeah, that was cool. And
Which is funny, because Danny's, like, a really shitty friend to him later on.
I know, yeah. That's actually... The next 2 episodes we'll review is about that, so... before Danny and Paulina can really talk about anything, Dash Baxter comes over and he pushes Danny in a locker and locks it on him, and basically tries to steal the girl away from Danny. And yeah, a big thing. I'll just let you talk about it because a big thing happens in this episode that is the first time that Danny ever does.
Yeah, so Danny goes ghost and like phases out of the locker, and then he grabs Dash by the shoulders, and then he like his arms like go into him, and he's like, "Whoa, what the hell?" And then he gets sucked into Dash, and then he realizes, "Oh, I like overshadowed him."
Yeah.
So this is the first time we see Danny's overshadow ability. I haven't seen this episode in so long. I forgot that Danny in this episode learned how to overshadow. I thought it was just something he knew how to do.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that Danny learned it in this episode because
yeah, and some we were talking about before this is pretty much every one of Danny's powers he like learns on screen. So it's cool seeing Danny react to all his different powers.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And there's a good progression. Like seeing him improve slowly. Like, early season now, he's still like very like new to his powers. He can't control them. Episode 1, we complained that it was a little too annoying, just because like he's in the middle of a fight with the lunch lady and his powers just turn off for no reason.
Right.
And then they turn back on completely fine like after the commercial break.
And then like we mentioned too, like there's times where he can go ghost, but then there's times he can't go ghost type of thing.
Right. These episodes are a lot better with it, where he's clearly struggling, like he can't like move around good. But like he's competent, and they're not just shutting off for no reason.
Right.
Like when they do fuck with him, like when his pants fell down, it was because he was nervous and like he couldn't concentrate. Yeah,
maybe that's why they didn't play up to that more now that I think about it, like in later episodes and stuff, because he had a better grasp of his powers and everything like that, so,
Right. But I'm just saying, I think these episodes do a really good job with Danny's powers and him, like, getting a hang of it.
Yeah, I think that they're doing a good job of that.
Because, again, we mentioned in episode 1, the issue wasn't that he couldn't control his powers, because if he knew how to do everything immediately, he'd be a Gary Stu. But I'm just saying this is a better balance of like struggling but like having a decent grasp.
I think he had a better villain this time around too when it came to that.
Oh, so yeah, the lunch lady just wasn't a very good villain. The villain for these 3 episodes are a lot better.
Yeah.
Specifically Skulker and Technus, but yeah. Danny overshadows Dash, and he's like, he decides to just mess with Dash. He makes him seem like a total loser in front of Paulina.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm Dash, I bet, the difference between me and Danny is I bet he doesn't scrub his mom's feet every night. Paulina gets freaked out and runs away.
Actually, no, she doesn't run away. What happens is Danny stops overshadowing him, and I think Dash is like not really sure what's going on. He just walks off. He actually...
Oh, right.
I like it too that he had...
How, Danny's overshadow ability, like they see the people he possesses seem to somewhat remember what happened.
Yeah.
Because when Danny leaves, Dash is like, "Oh my god, why do I want to scrub my mom's feet?"
Yeah. So.
And later on, when Danny possesses his dad and makes him chaperone, he's like, "I kind of remember, but it's all a big blur."
Right. Although it's kind of become there's a little continuity when that happens, though. So.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I like how the overshadow ability, like, they somewhat remember what happened, but they're just like, why did that happen?
Yeah, so I do like that, yeah.
And Paulina opens the locker door, and, like, Danny went back inside and turned back into a human to, like, fall back out.
Right.
Because obviously, if she opened it up and Danny was gone, she'd be like, what the fuck, is he Houdini?
But, yeah, so, because this happens, though, all of his stuff falls out of his backpack, and Paulina notices the necklace, and Danny lies and said that he got the necklace for her just in case he worked up the courage to ask her to the dance, and he was going to give her that, basically buy her off, I guess.
Good excuse.
Yeah, I thought it was good. And I do like to, because I always hate in like sitcoms and stuff, I mean, I know Danny doesn't lie the greatest here, but when they have to lie, they do a terrible job lying. I mean,
right, like Danny's like stumbling at first, but he like pulls and get together like an excuse really quickly.
yeah, like when I watch other sitcoms on like Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel was the worst at this. Where if they have to lie, they come up with like the worst lies that like no one would ever even come up with. Like, how do they come up with this stuff? Like, Wizards of Waverly Place was the worst with it, by the way. Like when they had to hide the.
I haven't seen a lot of that show, but we'll probably review it at some point, so I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah. Danny. I thought Danny's lie. I think it does make sense too that Danny is able to kind of pull it together because that's kind of what he kind of has to lie a lot with his ghost powers. So I thought that made sense that he was able to come up with a quick lie like that. So Paulina agrees to go with him with the dance, and then she puts the necklace on, and we see that her eyes start to glow. So that's
just for like a second. But she thanks Danny for it, and she walks away. And I like how immediately Danny's like, "Oh man, I shouldn't have done that. That could have been my sister or my mom's necklace."
Yeah, and I like to.
So he didn't see the necklace fall into his bag with the dragon.
Yeah, so he didn't even know about the necklace too. Danny doesn't even know that the necklace is tied to the dragon at this point, which I did kind of like.
Right, so that's why I'm saying I like how Danny's like he's a good person. Like he made up a lie on the spot to try to get Paulina to like him.
Yeah.
But as soon as he did it, he was like, "Oh man, you know what? I shouldn't have done that."
Yeah, that was good. And then
I like how Danny's like a good person. He's not like a shitty protagonist. He's a good teenager, good kid.
Yeah, I do hate though. Like they kind of go back to that though. Like because when Paulina starts waving by to him, he's just like, "Oh, I'll worry about that later," type of thing. Like I kind of hate.
Well, I mean, again, I feel like that's a fair thing for a 14-year-old. He's like,
yeah.
You know what? That was kind of irresponsible of me. But then his crush, gives him a nice wave, and he's like, You know what?
I wonder. Let's just say
he's 14, like.
I wonder what his plan would have been. By the way, had obviously good thing. What if that what actually was to her mom and the sister's necklace? I wonder what his plan was.
Well, I mean, he probably I don't know. Well, I feel like that would have been better. He only took the necklace back because it was like gonna turn Paulina into a monster.
Yeah. But yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he would have taken it back, but I think he would have struggled with it a bit more.
Yeah. But eventually Danny gets all excited and this causes his powers so his pants go intangible again and his pants fall down. But this time Mr. Lancer catches him. And it's really weird. You can definitely tell I think they changed Mr. Lancer's job in this episode because in the first episode, it's very much implied that he's meant to be the principal. But here, that's not the case. It's revealed that he's actually like a teacher. So I don't know if there was a change or maybe like...
Yeah, we brought that up in episode 1 too, where it's like, it seems like he's the principal in this episode, but he's not.
Yeah, but I think here it's clear. It's very much clear that he's meant to be a teacher. So...
Yeah, but he hands Danny a belt, and then he gives Danny a slip for a parent-teacher conference.
Yeah.
As Danny's pants keep falling down, he's like, "Okay, yeah, we gotta have a talk with your parents."
Yeah, I like how he just had this.
In episode 1, when Danny and Tucker went to his office, he mentions how Danny's like banned from handling beakers or any glasses.
I like to think that. Go ahead.
And the reason he got banned from handling any beakers or glasses is because he kept turning invisible,
right,
and breaking stuff. So I like how he's also be like, Danny, your pants keep falling down, and it's because obviously his he can't control his invisibility, his pants keep falling down.
I like to think there was a tie-in. That's what I kind of like to think. I mean, obviously I'm just making stuff up. That's why he's finally had enough. Where you have to have a talk with your parents. That's tying into this type of thing. So,
yeah, I think that's the idea. It's his powers keep malfunctioning, and he keeps breaking stuff, and his clothes keep coming off, and whatever.
Yeah, and yeah. So I just like though how he had this form at the ready though. What if this didn't happen? By the way, why did he have this form on him all random?
He's probably just waiting for the next time he screwed up.
Well, I guess. And then he gives Danny a belt. And
by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention it. I like a line from Paulina. I thought it was funny when she was talking to Danny, being nice to him. She said, "Hey, I like your boxers, or cool boxers, or cool underwear."
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought it was kind of funny how she's like complimenting him from when his pants fell down from earlier.
Because really, why did she even know about Danny? Then,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think she knew shit about him, so she's just like, oh, cool underwear, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a little character thing. It doesn't tie into a lot of episodes, but it ties in here. Mr. Lancer is trying to be hip, so he has this book where it's basically how to be hip for morons. But obviously that's not what the book says, but that's the implied type of thing. And I think it's funny because him trying to be cool isn't cool, and I like and I really like that joke. That's like a really funny joke type of thing.
Yeah. Well, also it's funny because like this is 2004, but like the slang he's using is dated for even then.
Yeah. But yeah, so Danny's about to tell his dad about the fact that he has to go to this parent-teacher conference, but his dad's already annoyed anyways because he's been sitting at the ghost portal waiting to catch a ghost, and he's just like, I'm gonna take out my anger on the very first person that gives me bad news, and
right. Honestly, he sounded like an abusive dad. It was kind of funny. Like, I was like, is he gonna punch Danny? Like what?
I feel like in a way, this was kind of like playing into like, how kids feel. Parents act when they're already annoyed about something too. You just think that they're already in a bad mood enough as it is. You don't really want to tell them something that's like bad news.
Right, yeah. So I think does good. Yeah, this show's really good at putting you in Danny's shoes. Danny's are really like.
So.
But Danny's like, oh yeah, since I can overshadow people, and then he jumps into his dad. Hence the title, parental bonding.
Yeah. And yeah, then the next scene.
And by the way, since I didn't say it, whenever Danny overshadows someone, their eyes glow green.
Yep.
And like it's Danny's voice.
I don't know if I like that it's Danny's voice though. I feel like it should just be their voices. That's the one that
I honestly, whenever they do like body swapping episodes, I kind of bugs me whenever their voices change.
Yeah. Like I feel like
whenever there's a body swap episode and like they keep the same voices, it's kind of fun to like see them like make fun of the other person's performance,
Right. So I would like it if like I would have liked to hear like Jack's voice actor like
try to like act like Danny.
Yeah, and same thing with Dash. Well, I guess Dash wouldn't do it because that but. How funny would it have been to hear Dash say he doesn't scrub his mom's feet like I do as Dash's voice actor? That would have been hilarious. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't, because it's also really weird too because I used to think how it was it we just hear it as Danny's voice, but the other actors know that it's because they mentioned that their voice will be
right.
different.
Yeah, they mentioned they sounds different. So yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, because it's not like it's just really weird. I think the reason they do this is when Danny has to interact, like, with Sam and Tucker.
Well, I think it's just to, like, not confuse people.
Yeah.
Because remember, this is a show made for kids, so.
Yeah. But if his eyes are green, though, they shouldn't,
Well, I feel like it's already pretty clear, with the glowing eyes, but
Do you want to
talk? But anyway,
do you want to talk about the parent-teacher conference?
Yeah. But I wonder how Danny got here, because, Danny can't drive yet. So I just wonder, so did he, like, possess his dad and then make him walk all the way to the school?
Maybe he carried him? Like, maybe he waited till he was sleeping or something and just carried him there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, like...
So he went into his dad's body, said, oh, man, I'm going to the parent-teacher conference, then got out of him, then went back into him later, I guess. I don't know.
Or maybe, I like to think it'd be funny if, like, his dad was going somewhere else originally, and then, like, close enough to the school, luckily, so then Danny overshadowed him and just walked there, but yeah, that is interesting.
Because, I'll mention it in later episodes, but I really like Amity Park as a setting. We get to see a lot of the city.
Yeah, true. By the way, I think there's a good chance Danny could have flown there, by the way, because remember when he overshadows Valerie in an episode, he's able to fly in Valerie.
Okay, I didn't know. Okay, yeah, so he might have just flown with his dad's body. I didn't know he could do that.
But then again, I don't know if he learned that yet, so it's tough to say.
Yeah, and I'm just mentioning that because, Amity Park is really cool. Although I wish we kind of got to know, like, where everything was in relation to each other.
Yeah, like how far the school was from Danny's house and everything like that.
Right. You know, because like I said, we see a lot of locations: the mall, Nasty Burger,
Yeah.
the ice cream shop they go to a couple times, um, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, I'm just saying it would have been cool to kind of get like a map of like where everything was.
Right. I mean, I think it's implied that the school is fairly close to Danny's house because when he has to fly there, it doesn't take him very long to get there.
Right. And like when he goes to the mall and to the garage sale, he like takes his scooter, so it's probably a little bit farther.
Yep. So
I'm just saying, you know, like Amity Park is a really cool setting. I just kind of wish we got to see a bit more of like where everything was.
yeah, because like because Nasty Burger, you don't really know like exactly where it is in terms of like how far is it from the school and everything like that. So
Yeah, and you know, I'm just like a nerd who likes learning where all this fictional stuff is. You know, it's not like a downside to the show. I'm just saying that would have been like a cool thing.
yeah, definitely.
I'd explored more. Yeah, but anyway, Danny takes his dad to the school for the parent-teacher conference with Mr. Lancer. And Mr. Lancer explains how Danny's pants have fallen down like 20 times in the last month. Similar to episode 1, like I said, where he complained that Danny keeps breaking glasses and stuff.
Yeah.
He keeps like turning intangible. And then Danny's doing a really bad job as his dad. He keeps calling himself dad. He's like, oh, no, I mean Mr. Fenton, you know, stuff like that.
And that makes sense, obviously, because his daddy's still new to like overshadowing people. So like it makes sense that he would struggle to,
Yeah, he's not used to like pretending to be his dad.
or like other people.
And then he does a pretty good job of convincing Mr. Lancer. Where Jack's like, oh yeah, his pants fall down all the time. The poor kid, you know.
Yeah.
So you know he makes it seem like it's you know, like it's a common thing, like it's not something. Well, actually, I don't know what Mr. Lancer thought. Like he's Danny's in trouble because his pants keep falling down, but that's not his fault.
I know. Yeah. So I don't know.
I guess like he's saying like Danny should like wear a belt more.
Yeah.
Again. But then yeah, Jack's like, oh, you know what, Mr. Lancer, Danny talks about you all the time. You're his favorite teacher. And us Fens believe that teachers should get paid more.
I think
you know, like really butter him up.
Yeah, that line I think hurt Danny. That is what kind of causes the B plot. Pretty much was when Danny accidentally says we teachers feel like we parents feel like we Fentons feel like teachers are underpaid and underappreciated. I think that's kind of what causes because this conference goes so well. Mr. Lancer basically offers for for Danny's dad Jack to chaperone the dance, and we don't see.
And I like how he like says no, and then Mr. Lancer's like, no, I insist.
Yeah,
like he basically makes him. Like I like how it wasn't even a situation where Danny like doesn't want to say no. He flat out says no.
Yeah.
But Mr. Lancer's like, yeah, I didn't ask. You're doing it.
Like, did he not have enough? I'm gonna guess he didn't have enough people to chaperone the dance. Like no one volunteered.
Yeah, I know.
Because if you
like he's met Jack Fenton like 5 minutes ago, and he's already like, you know what? I want you to be in charge of all my students.
Yeah, like especially too. It's not if you looked at I hate to say this, it's gonna probably make you change. You're probably thinking of Danny Phantom a little bit. It's not like because if Danny did drive there, his dad's car does not look like a normal car. By the way, it's not a car you just see carrying around and all that type of stuff. You know.
Oh yeah. The thing is, like, the Fentons are known like everyone thinks the Fentons are crazy. You know, like everyone in town. So I like how Mr. Lancer probably knows that the Fentons are like crazy ghost hunters, but he's like, yeah, you know what, you're fine to be around a bunch of teenagers.
Right. So yeah, we do find out that Danny didn't have any choice but to accept. But now the problem is that his dad doesn't even know about it or anything like that. So
right.
Yeah.
So like he's getting ready for the dance, and he's like, I don't even remember accepting.
Well, that's not. This is at the mall though. He's telling like Sam and Tucker this.
Oh, right.
There's one more scene before this. So yeah, Danny's kind of like wondering like what to do about it and all that type of stuff. I did kind of like, by the way, that they did this plot too. That way it just didn't look like, because the dragon ghost doesn't show up for like a little bit and everything like that. So that way Danny just wasn't just like sitting around like just not doing anything and all that type of stuff. This kind of gave Danny something to do.
Oh, and also, like, again, I mentioned it before. I like how they're at the mall now. Like, last episode, they were hanging out at the, like, ice cream place.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I like how, like, they're not just hanging out at one spot every episode.
Yeah, they're hanging out, like...
later on in Ben 10, they're always hanging out at, like, the smoothie shop.
Right.
Every time. Every episode, they're at Mr. Smoothies. And, I mean, Danny Phantom later on, they're typically at the Nasty Burger.
Right.
But, like, they're not always at the Nasty Burger, you know? They move around a bit.
Yeah, I like that they always, move around.
Feels more like a town, you know?
Yeah. Now, actually, let's also talk about this. I think this is kind of, even though it ties in more in the next episode, I think this is kind of the first episode where it's kind of implied that Tucker knows a lot about tech stuff because he's using his PDA in this episode. I don't really think that was really mentioned.
Yeah, that wasn't really mentioned much in the first episode. Yeah, he's using a lot more of his technology stuff in this episode.
Yeah.
It's more relevant next one. But anyway, Tucker's like telling Danny, like, hey, at least, you have a date. I still don't have anyone. And what Tucker says here kind of became a meme. I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay.
But Tucker looks over at Tucker's like, so wait, you possessed your dad to, like, convince him to be as a chaperone, so you can overshadow anyone and make them do whatever you want. And Danny's like, basically. So then Tucker looks over at a girl, and he's like, hey, Danny, if you could control a girl for just 2 minutes.
Oh, no.
And then that line got taken out of context.
Oh, yeah. Probably, like, a lot of, when it went sexually probably after that, so.
Yeah. And a lot of people were joking. I like how Tucker's knows he only lasts 2 minutes.
So wait.
Other people were like, so would it be Danny or the girl?
That's where I went. That's where my mind just went, actually. So
yeah. That kind of became a funny meme. And it makes sense.
Yeah. So then,
to be fair, that while not as bad as what's implied, it is still pretty creepy.
Yeah. But anyhow,
But yeah, Danny's like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. So that's show that he's a good person.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyhow, so then the next scene, Paulina is at a clothes shop. I think it's meant to imply that it's like Kohl's or one of those stores because obviously, it's meant to be like that.
Was Kohl's around in 2004?
Kohl's, Sears, or something like that. I did say a store. My mind went to Kohl's because that's just the first clothes shop. I'm not, as you can tell, I'm not the most fashionable guy. I don't care about clothes, so that's why.
Yeah. Well, then again, this is 2004. Like, people don't even like go to malls at all anymore. So definitely a product of this time.
Yeah. And Paulina sees this new T-shirt that she wants to get. But they don't have.
I'm kind of surprised they used like a real material.
Wait, was it?
It was a fleece jacket.
Oh yeah. And then
this episode also references George Clooney later. I'm like, wow, I'm kind of surprised they're making like real references.
Yeah, because that never happens, like because of Brandon and everything like that, and copyright. So.
Yeah. So I'm just cool how like it feels like more real world.
Yeah. So yeah, Paulina wants to buy one of those T-shirts, but they don't have it in a size. And then she asks one of the co-workers there, and she's like, "Ooh, yeah, that's been discontinued." And I always too. Danny Phantom makes like a lot of like real world jokes and all that type of stuff. Like the last one was about Dash, about his best years of high school. The joke here was that.
Oh yeah, next episode makes it the same joke about Dash. It's pretty funny.
We'll get to that, yeah. But the joke here was that, if you haven't got one, you're pretty much doomed to basically be a social outcast for the next 16 weeks. Like, that's like, oh my god, that's dark. Like, it's like...
Yeah. This show takes a lot of takes a lot of jabs at, being in high school and how a lot of this shit's, like, dumb and doesn't matter.
And I think when kids, when we watched this, we didn't get it, obviously, because we weren't teenagers yet. But yeah, that hits home, when...
Yeah, it is funny. We kind of, like, missed the sweet spot. When we were younger, we were, like, too young. But now we're, like, past high school. So it's, like, such a weird point. We're, like, we were never teenagers watching this.
Yeah. So... this pisses off Paulina, and because this happens, she turns into the dragon ghost and just starts wreaking havoc. And Danny's ghost sense goes off, and yeah, he turns ghost. And he goes to the dragon, and he does have a good line where he mentions, "Say, haven't we met somewhere?" Like a typical line that a superhero would expect to say to like a villain. So I actually like that line. And then the dragon blows flames out at Danny through his mouth or her mouth. I don't know.
Oh, and I don't think I mentioned it first episode. I like how whenever a ghost shows up, like the lighting changes.
Yeah, that's really good.
Like whenever there's a fight in the school, like the lockers will turn from green to purple.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like a cool like atmosphere change that Danny Phantom does.
Yeah, I really like that. And then yeah, when the dragon ghost blows the fire at Danny, like the screen goes black, so you don't know what happened to him. I thought that was a good commercial timing break right there. I thought that was good. And then yeah, it was really weird though because when it comes back. I always think it's weird when shows do this. Like it's before the dragon goes like blew its flame, so it's like okay. Like you clearly just wrote that in for the ad break right there. That's just something that always will kind of bug me when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
So then it happens again, and Danny gets knocked into like a hot dog stand, not a stand but like a store. But he got like slammed into like the hot dog like machine that makes them and everything like that, and Danny beats up the dragon ghost. He does like a really good like drop kick to the dragon ghost, like knocking it to the ground and everything like that. And
this episode shows Danny's really strong. Like he struggles a bit, but he can like lift the dragon up and stuff.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think he does it here too. He like throws the dragon, and he doesn't beat the dragon easily. It's the same thing where like because the necklace falls off of the dragon because of the damage and everything like that. And this time, the necklace falls into someone who was just running away, and like they leave their whatever the same store and the necklace falls in there. And then Paulina notices this, and I really like this. I typically say I don't like, Butch Hartman's comedy where like the character will say one thing and the opposite happens. But here the joke actually worked, where she notices they have the T-shirt in her size, and she's just like, I guess things work out for everybody when you maintain a positive attitude. When that's not what happened at all. She just like.
I think that was a pretty funny joke.
Yeah. You can definitely tell by the
delayed it a bit. I think a lot of the times when Butch Hartman sets up like that joke, it's like immediately paid off. Like someone says something, opposite happens literally less than 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
Here it's like she got upset that they didn't have the jacket. Then like they had a whole fight scene, and then when the fight ends and she goes back to human, she finds the jacket. She's like, "Oh, cool! I guess this is mine." So like I think because there was like a delay.
Yeah, definitely.
It was funnier.
I really like too what they did too. They could have this episode could have been different than what it was, and I'm glad that it was different. Where like, the necklace could have bounced around, like different people could have kept getting it and just getting angry and stuff. I really like that it was just like, that it just was two people, because I think by this point you kind of realize like that's how the dragon gets like, that's how the dragon comes out when people are angry. I really glad the fact that they didn't like, that probably would have been interesting, but they didn't do a plot where the necklace just bounce around from person to person, because I think it would have been too much.
Should have had the time for that,
Yeah. So, and then Danny comes back to Tucker and Sam. Continuity, he was intangible and somehow they saw him. That really makes sense. What the hell's going on there? Like he hadn't even turned human yet, and they're already seeing him. By the way, like it's like that's a bit of a continuity error right there.
Danny turns back to human, and then he's like, okay, so I ran into that dragon earlier, so twice. That's definitely a red flag. We gotta like look into this.
Yeah. So I like that. Kind of like now.
Danny's smart. He's not like, yeah, we'll just ignore it. Like, no, he's like, okay, we gotta like look into this. This is a problem.
Yep. So, Yeah, everybody's getting ready for the dance. Jack and Maddie. You know, this is where like you know.
While like at the mall,
Oh yeah.
Tucker stops Valerie. Yeah, I when I saw her, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know she was in this episode.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
As soon as she opened her mouth, I was like, that is not Valerie's voice.
Nope.
So you can definitely tell they didn't like have her voice set down yet. Same with Skulker. In next episode, his voice is different from later on. But anyway, Tucker stops Valerie and he's like, "So you want to go to the dance?" And she's like, I forget what she says, but it's like
basically, this is kind of like you know, the Butch Hartman joke where she says, "My answer's no unless something happens that makes me undateable."
Right.
And then Quan walks over. Again, like you said, the diversity.
I can't even remember his name. I totally forgot this dude's name.
Yeah, but Quan walks over, and he was meant to be Valerie's date to the dance. This is when you could definitely tell, by the way, that Valerie didn't have Graps down as a character, because it's so weird to think that Valerie and Quan were, like, gonna be...
A thing?
Yeah, a thing. But basically, Quan gets another date for the dance, and it makes Valerie undateable, and obviously this causes, you know, Valerie to say yes to Tucker. I actually was okay.
Tucker's like, hey, I'm fine being a rebound.
Yeah. And he says the pants are still on, too, because obviously, you know. But I will say this. I know I just said earlier I usually don't like it when Butch Hartman does this joke, but this joke, it was actually done pretty well here. It was like 5 second, like the immediate payoff actually worked out. Because, you know, also, too, this was built for a while, too, where Tucker kept trying to get a date.
Right. Tucker keeps asking people and getting shot down, so this was, like, built up more.
And I kind of liked to it. It was, like, it was very fitting that, like, that's the only way Tucker could really get a date, pretty much, was, like, being a rebound, so...
Yeah. And, you know, considering later on in season 2, Danny and Valerie start dating for a while, it is kind of weird that she was going to go on a date with Tucker.
Well, don't you remember, too, Tucker and her date for, like, the episode where she gets the... Where she gets the ghost hunting equipment? They date for, like, not that long, but it's like, you know...
do they? I don't remember. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that.
Yeah, they do date for a little bit. But yeah, so... then back at home, everybody's getting ready for... But again, we should just mention, it's really kind of weird to think this was Valerie's first appearance in Danny Phantom, knowing, like, what we know later. So, you know... I think this is the first time, by the way, we should mention, by the way, where, like, we reviewed a show where this happened pretty much, where, like, a character, like, started on this show, and they didn't really have a plan for them or anything like that. I mean, you could technically say Jesse Pinkman and Breaking Bad, but, like, you know...
Well, I don't know, because, like, you know, Valerie still becomes, like, important during season 1. I feel like season 1 was probably done in production at this point. So I feel like they did have a plan for her, they just, like... It's not very apparent in this episode.
Right. But anyhow, yeah, back at Danny's home, everybody's getting ready for the dance. And again, this is where Jack mentions that, you know, he doesn't remember agreeing to chaperone for the dance or anything like that.
Right.
We mentioned that. And then, you know, Jazz does a thing where they do a funny joke here where Jazz mentions to Danny that she knows, like, his secret. And Danny thinks that, you know... that, you know, she figured out that he's a ghost, and he basically blows his secret by accident, which is really funny. I like that they did this joke once and then they never did it again. You know, the Netflix Death Note movie, I mean, they did this multiple times and it was bad. So.
Oh, oh God, yeah. Oof. I didn't think you were gonna mention that. Interesting film.
Well, because then we could sit here and say, why is Danny just giving away the fact that he's a ghost right here? But here it actually worked because his parents don't buy it, so it's like, you know, it kind of worked.
Right. Yeah, I like how Jazz, is like giving him shit for like, oh, you got a girlfriend. Yeah, like, I'm not a ghost.
Yeah. And this is kind of cool because, you know, this is a tie-in for what happens later on in season 1. So, you know, I thought that was kind of cool that, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of mentioned. Like, they kind of set that up a little bit here, even though I don't think that was their intention. But
they do make a lot of jokes, though, about, like, you know, his parents finding out that he's a ghost. Like, episode 1, they kept thinking Jazz is the ghost, even though obviously it's Danny.
Yeah.
And next episode, they have that, like, ghost voice detector that keeps going off for Danny, and they're like, huh, why is it going off for Danny?
I like that they didn't keep doing this, though. Like, it wasn't... Like, they just did it in season 1, and they really They did it a few times, but not like as extensively as other.
Yeah, they don't do it every episode, which is fine.
Yeah. So yeah, Danny realizes pretty much that he has to worry about dancing with Paulina and worry about his dad embarrassing him. Teenage stuff, but obviously what the ghost plot is obviously he basically has to make sure that like, you know, his dad doesn't blow his cover pretty much, that like he doesn't know who Mr. Lancer is or anything like that, because obviously and obviously too that Mr. Lancer doesn't like spill the beans that like, you know, he went to this parent teacher conference he doesn't even know that he was at. So you know, so that was kind of cool. And then downstairs, Sam and Danny and Tucker. Actually, I don't think this is downstairs. I think this is implied. This is in Danny's room, actually, because you don't know it, but you can definitely, because we haven't seen Danny's room, but this is with the hindsight. You can definitely tell this is Danny's room from the setting and everything like that. So.
Well, yeah, Danny's room is blue, so it's pretty easy to tell.
Well, I used to think this was downstairs because, you know, that's where, because Danny walks downstairs here, but then the next scene, like, I just thought he was downstairs. Right. So, I wonder what he went downstairs for. But
Danny and Tucker are in Danny's room, and they're talking with Sam over the computer. And Sam sends Danny a link. I was surprised they said send a link because
that wasn't surprising.
Well, just because I get that we still use that term today.
Yeah, so that worked, and
so I'm like, hey, cool, that actually aged pretty well.
And what aged pretty well was video chats. I mean, that's how we're doing this video right now, so that aged pretty well.
Yeah.
And but,
Sam sent Danny pictures of the Dragon Girl when she was still alive. Clearly, like, you know, middle-aged Europe woman. And then she says how she's a ghost, but I don't think the necklace is ghost, because like she's talking about how like it's a legendary necklace,
right?
So I think the necklace could just always turn people into dragons.
Yeah, and I'm gonna guess again. I'm gonna make a guess. We should do this for each ghost, by the way, that we meet. I think we guessed it for the lunch lady and stuff. I'm gonna guess that she probably died, since it's during the Middle Ages and stuff like that. Maybe this was during the time of, you know, witches and things like that, when she kept turning into a dragon. Maybe she let, like, you know,
executed.
Yeah, and then, you know, because she still had the necklace, you know, they buried her with the necklace, and, you know,
I can see that. She shows up later on and we meet her family, and I can't remember what happens in that episode. When we get to that episode, we can talk more about like her past and like how we think her life was.
Right, but definitely, but she had this necklace when she was alive, and we find out pretty much that the way the necklace works, there was a curse put on it where anytime you get angry, you turn into this dragon, which I think is a cool thing, you know. I kind of like that, so, you know, it's a cool little power. It's nothing fantastic, but it's like a cool, like, little concept. I think the concept was pretty good for it.
I was like, I'm like, I don't think this is like ghost related. I think like it's like just magic.
Yeah, I guess what makes it a ghost related is because I guess she was a ghost and it was in the ghost zone. So,
yeah, I guess.
But
yeah, it seems like it could just always make her a dragon. They don't really like touch on it that much, but it's interesting.
Yeah, again, I think they were running out of time here because they had, you know, so they couldn't really.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we get this revelation like so close to the end of the episode, and then Danny's like, "Oh, so that dragon's Paulina because like I gave her the necklace."
Yep.
He didn't know it was Paulina at the mall. Like he thought it was the lady from before.
Right. So, you know, then.
So Danny gets ready the invincible fishing net. Or not fishing net, fishing line.
Yeah. In
case things go wrong at the dance, and he's gonna like try to get the necklace away from Paulina without making her angry.
And then you know, I did like that Sam kind of threw shade at, you know, with. They mentioned that Paulina's like shallow and everything like that, and it kind of ends up being like, you know, the tie-ins now it's ghost then, so it's kind of a little bit literal and all that type of stuff. So, and then,
I I like how, and then Danny's like, oh, I kind of feel bad that like Sam's not going to the dance because like she clearly wants to.
I kind of wish they would have like revealed that a little bit better because it did seem like Danny just kind of figured it out because the plot wanted her to figure it
Yeah,
out.
kind of. Yeah. It does feel like a little like he just figured it out like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tucker, and then basically Danny overshadows Tucker, makes him call off his date with Valerie, and then goes over to Sam's house to like ask her to the dance.
I think it's funny, by the way, too. We don't even see that happen, by the way, where he calls off the date with Valerie. So like, it's just like,
oh yeah, she blew me off. So
yeah, but like we don't even see the Valerie wasn't at the dance or anything like that. So did Danny overshadow Tucker to make him call and said, yeah, by the way, I have another date. Bye. Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, poor girl. Either that or he didn't even tell Valerie, which is like also shitty.
Yeah, it's just like, wow.
And this
maybe Danny...
Like, I don't know if I said this before video or during video, but it kind of seemed like they were like setting up like Sam and Tucker liking each other a little bit.
Yeah, you said this during video, yeah, because
Sorry, go ahead.
After Danny, because Danny leaves after like he's kind of done what he was meant to do, and then Tucker was gonna call off the date pretty much at this point. And it's also really weird here, by the way. We should mention, like, this is where I kind of think, because it's really weird that Sam didn't recognize Danny's voice. If, that's meant to be Danny's voice. That was kind of odd.
I mean, Danny's overshadow ability is kind of new. Like, they haven't really seen him do it.
That's true, yeah. This is the first, so...
Yeah, but, Danny, when Danny's overshadowing Tucker and he asks her to the dance, she, like, immediately says yes and goes to get changed into her dress.
And then when she comes downstairs, Tucker, obviously thinks that she's pretty and everything like that because he doesn't call off a date or anything like that.
Yeah, and then she like grabs him by the hand and they like run off to the dance and they're like both happy about it.
I also kind of took this to a little bit too, like Tucker also didn't want to call her off because she saw the dress that she was gonna wear. So like I think Tucker didn't want to like break her spirit or anything like that at that point. So
yeah, like being they're being good friends to each other, but I'm also just saying, like, it seemed like this episode was kind of hinting at they like each other a little bit.
Which is a complete 180 from the last episode when they completely hated each other.
I'm like, they're not even friends. They just like, hate each other.
I kind of forget, by the way, too. Like, that episode was legitimately the previous episode like that. It's like, what the...
Yeah. Last episode is so weird. Like, it's such a weird outlier. Like, they never act like that again.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, that dress Sam's wearing, that's one of her that's a costume she can wear in the video game, Battle for Volcano Island.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
That's her alternative costume.
Then they cut to the dance. Well, no, they don't cut to the dance. Danny, they do a funny bit where Danny, picks up Valerie for the dance, and he's trying to rehearse pretty much how to get the necklace bash without making her angry. And I actually didn't even realize that. At first, I think Danny's just trying to tell stories. He's trying not to make himself look like a fool. Because he mentions that sounds lame, but he's trying to rehearse so he doesn't make her angry type of thing. So, that makes a lot of sense.
And, I've done that, where you're like talking out loud, rehearsing what you're going to say, and you're like, oh, that sucks.
Right. Especially when you're going to like a job interview or like...
Yeah, exactly.
I always hate it. I actually sometimes will rehearse if I'm going to order something at a restaurant or make like a phone call order.
I'm so bad at talking to people. I might have I'll rehearse like over and over like what I will say.
I always hate it when they ask you a question you're not prepared for. So you're like,
and you're like, yeah, maybe.
It's just like, it's the worst. But
terrible. Yeah, it doesn't help when you're just shitty at social interaction.
Yeah.
But anyway, Paulina's dad answers the door, and he's giving Danny a hard time.
Yeah, kind of like like a cartoon version of like what a dad would act like to like a daughter's
the stereotype of like don't touch my daughter and have her back by 9 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Before they leave, he says like, I know where you live, Fenton. I'm like, Jesus.
By the way, he sounded like Dark Laser from Fairly Odd Parents, like the same voice actor and everything like that.
I don't know who Dark Laser is.
that's basically the spin-off of Darth Vader.
I assumed it was a parody of Darth Vader.
That's like the person when Timmy gets the copy machine, and that's the person he brings to life, and then at the end, like, he ends up he becomes like a main villain for the show.
I kind of remember him and like when all the old villains team up.
Yeah, they go. I mean, that's why they end up going to like the Star Wars inspired world and when the Darkness team and everything.
I vaguely remember the episode. It's been a long time though.
Yeah, but he does sound like that voice actor type of.
Is that actually him or?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying it sounds like him. I don't think.
You said that in Ben 10 episode 1 when we met Diamond Head. You were like, "Oh, he reminds me of Buona Beast," and I'm like,
"Yeah," and then it wasn't.
Is so obscure, but like, is it? And then I looked up and it wasn't. And I'm
That's why this time I'm saying it sounds like him. I don't want to say,
Yeah.
I don't want
But
to
it's
say
funny
anything.
you remember that because like you didn't even watch that show. You just like watched it when I watched it, and I'm like, it's so weird that like you connected those two.
I remember the weird thing. Well, plus, I feel like too. Where else in my life have I heard of a superhero that could just morph animals together or whatever he does? Like, I don't hear about that anywhere else.
Right. That is a very niche character. I will admit. Yeah.
But
yeah. But in this situation too, it's Paulina's dad that we meet like this one time. We never see him again.
Well, to be fair, I have watched a lot of Fairly Odd Parents where that character shows up. So
true.
But
does he show up a lot? I only remember 2 episodes with him.
Later seasons he shows up a lot. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
But they weren't good episodes, so not cool.
No, unfortunate.
Especially
because I like Star Wars.
I mean, I say it's like later season Fairly Odd Parents. That's why. So it's like
Right. No, but I'm just saying, unfortunate that they dropped the ball with a parody of a character I like.
Fairly Odd Parents told you I was dropping the ball and everything, but you're not surprised by that. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah, from what I remember, later seasons not great.
But anyhow, so then they cut to the dance. I think the reason they tried to rush through some of this stuff because they wanted to spend a good portion at the dance. Which I thought was cool. At the dance, Danny is trying to mention, he's trying to basically mention, get the necklace off of Paulina. He lies and says that the necklace belongs to Sam. And she gets pissed.
And then her eyes glow and her she gets like a dragon tongue and it goes into the punch.
Yeah,
which is pretty funny.
So I'm gonna guess you have to be I think it says it has to be high stakes of age. They try to make that very clear because here she's angry, but it's not enough to for her to
Yeah, she partially transforms, but not totally.
Right. So, Danny then notices that Mr. Lancer's coming over to talk to Jack, and obviously Danny goes over quickly and just overshadows him. He just mentioned he's gonna go get Paulina some punch. I keep doing that now, just so that way . But yeah, he overshadows him, and
I'm glad the first time we see him overshadow. I'm glad they're using it a lot in this episode.
Right. I think that's why it's called parental bonding. And I do like this time around where, anytime he overshadows him, he tries to, get a conversation, going, he's still been in the conversation the whole time, by the way, because, he has to act like he's been there the whole time. So, anytime he overshadows his dad, he only does it twice here, but he's just yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I'm skipping ahead a bit, but, when Jack is doesn't recognize Mr. Lancer and he gets mad at him for talking to his wife, and then when Danny overshadows him and he's like, "Oh, sorry, it's so dark in here. I thought you were George Clooney."
Right. So.
It's funny that they actually mention George Clooney, but I'm like, oh wow, they talked about a real guy. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I should say they should mention that's kind of a continuity error. That Jack doesn't recognize him because he did say that he does remember thins, but maybe it's one of the thins because his brain didn't process seeing him because
he probably didn't recognize him specifically, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, so Jack goes over. Well, Danny pretending to be Jack. He goes to talking Tucker and Sam, and I do like, by the way, that like Sam and Tucker think that it's Danny's dad, because the first thing that Danny says to them is Tucker Sammy got trouble, and obviously if someone's parent says that to somebody that you've like known for a while, you're just like, yeah, but it had nothing to do with it. So
Right.
but yeah, so this is kind of what sets up, I think, them kind of becoming Danny's sidekicks. This is the first time they actually like work together on like a big thing and everything like that. So I thought that was kind of cool. Danny has Sam like basically keep an eye on Paulina, make sure she doesn't get angry or anything like that. And he tells Sam not to make her angry. And then Jack, who's possessed by Danny, wants Tucker to basically keep an eye on his dad, because just to make sure, like, nothing goes wrong. More specifically, if Mr. Lancer comes over to talk to him and stuff like that. And then, Sam spots Paulina, and she goes to the bathroom. I don't think it was to go to the bathroom. I think it was just to check herself out, because that's where she's at the mirror when we see her.
Basically.
But
follows her in is like, Paulina's like being smug, and it's like, oh yeah, so Danny gave me your necklace, like just trying to, because the only reason she's hanging out with Danny is to piss her off.
Right.
So she's like, now that she thinks that the necklace is Sam's, she's like rubbing it in.
Yeah. And again, I think Sam does. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Sam, because like Sam doesn't know that Paulina's just seeing Danny to piss her off.
Right.
So like, Sam actually thinks Paulina likes Danny, and so she's like being pretty nice to Paulina.
Right. So, in the Sam of episode 1 would not have done that. So.
Yeah. Well, also, I think she's trying not to piss her off, so she doesn't turn into a giant dragon.
Right.
But like when Paulina reveals that, like, well, when Paulina's surprised that Sam's not upset that they're together, Sam is like upset at her for like manipulating Danny like that.
Yeah, which I liked that she stuck up for her like that. Unfortunately, though, this ends up being a disservice to the plot, because it actually changes the plot a little bit. Because what happens is Paulina takes the necklace off, gives it back to.
Real quick, I like how Sam says like, "Oh, Danny's like my best friend," and like when Paulina accuses them of liking each other. And I feel like a lot of shows, like when a character accuses someone of like liking them, they'll like you said, when they're really bad at lying, they'll be like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about," and they act all like weird.
Yeah, especially too when it comes.
That didn't happen here. Like obviously the show just started, so they're not really like developing feelings yet.
Right.
But I do like like Sam stuck up for him, and she's also like, he's my best friend.
I think too she was actually being genuine, which I think was good. What was good about it?
It came off as very genuine. That's what I was trying to get across. I really like that.
Because typically when TV shows, when they make mention that two of the characters that they're clearly setting up to be together in the show, when they make accusations, they do a really bad job of dropping any accusation and anything like that. If anything,
that's what I'm trying to say. They're like, oh, they do a really bad job at saying like, oh, they're not my boyfriend, girlfriend.
Actually, I think they do such a bad job too. They'll end up proving the person who's making the accusations point and anything like that too.
Right. But as soon as Paulina says that, she's like, oh, well then I'm gonna go dump Danny and bye. Yeah. And she gives Sam back her necklace.
Yeah, and then and Sam gets angry. And I think I actually kind of like what they did here, because when Sam's angry, she's already angry at this point, but she's not angry yet.
Yeah, she's already angry. So as soon as the necklace goes on, she's like, "Oh no."
Yep. And yeah, she the dragon. She turns into the dragon, and yeah, Danny notices, but Danny doesn't know. Danny thinks this is Paulina at this point. He doesn't know that this is Sam.
Oh, and Sam's like holding Paulina. Like Paulina's knocked out. And
Yeah, because I think Paulina faints when she sees the dragon. I think is what happened. So
yeah. So Danny runs to the girls' room, and Danny starts fighting Sam. He still thinks she's Paulina.
Mm-hmm.
And they end up at the football field.
Yep.
And do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I should mention too. I feel like I noticed this time around, like whatever the dragon is pissed about, the dragon will try to will take their anger out on whatever like the person was actually pissed about. Like the dragon here was taking their anger out on, Paulina. But earlier when Paulina was pissed about the fact they didn't have the T-shirts, right when she turned into the dragon, it blew the T-shirts up.
He burned down the store. Yeah.
So I liked that the dragon's rage isn't random rage either. It's just it seems like.
And I like how the dragon kind of screams about whatever they're mad about. At the beginning, she said I wanted to go to the ball, and then Sam screams shallow, and then that's while Danny recognizes oh yeah, that's definitely Sam.
Yeah.
And I think Paulina Dragon said something, but I can't remember.
She said she was upset she was gonna go 16 weeks without getting a shirt, but no.
Right.
So, yeah.
So Danny is hey Paulina, calm down, and then he sees Paulina on the ground. He's oh no, is that Sam? And then Sam Dragon screams shallow.
Yep.
Shallow girl, and he's oh yep, that's definitely Sam.
I noticed, by the way, too. I feel like the dragon too. It still looks like the dragon, but the dragon will look a little different with whoever is the you could kind of tell the dragon. You could kind of tell the dragon here looked a little bit I don't. Well, let me be more clear about this. You could definitely tell this. With the. You know what? I'm just gonna drop it because I don't think I can save myself here because I don't want to say a woman looks like a dragon because that's really bad. So
yeah, it's earlier in the episode when she got offended that Danny doesn't get nervous around her.
Yep. So,
but I'm just saying, catching L after L in this episode.
Yeah, but anyhow, the dragon looked a little different when Paulina was the dragon, and the dragon looked a little different when That's
cool. I didn't notice that. I thought it looked the same. So that's cool.
I mean, it's the same color and everything like that. So,
right. I'll have to go back and look because I didn't notice any differences. So
I mean, they're cool. The minor differences. I think that's why. So it's
right,
a
big
difference.
Danny and Sam start to fight. It's kind of cool that Danny and Sam got possessed by a ghost, and a couple episodes from now, Tucker, same thing happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
that's
Danny has the bad habit of having to fight his possessed friends.
You have to fight them a few times, actually, more than you think.
Yeah, I know it happens to Sam again in season 3. And Tucker again, also with the mummy.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually fight him in that episode, so...
Right, the point is, Tucker and Sam have a bad habit of getting possessed.
I know, yeah. And then, do you want to talk about the fight? Because I think I talked about the ball fight scene, so I'll let you talk about the school fight scene.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty cool. Like I said before, it's cool how seeing Danny struggle, but he picks up the dragon and spins around and throws her. And then they go through the bleacher, and it's funny. You see Dash hitting on a girl behind the bleacher.
And this was typical background girl too. You could tell this was just characters drawn just to be a background person.
The dragon hit Danny, and Danny went intangible to go through the bleacher, and he's holding Paulina. So Danny smacks into the fence next to Dash and the girl.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, this is the first time Dash sees Danny Phantom. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that ends up being pretty significant. So
yeah, and then the dragon lifts the bleacher up, and Dash and the other girl just book it.
Yeah, I can't blame him.
Yeah. And then you want to talk about the rest?
Yeah. So of course, at the worst possible time, Tucker paid walkie-talkies in that Lanter's getting close to his dad, and obviously I actually kind of like that this happened at the worst possible time because Danny now has to focus on fighting this ghost, but now he has to go prevent this from happening. So I actually forgot because it's been a bit since I've seen this episode because I remember he is successful, but I'm but what happens to the dragon? Did the dragon just leave? But I think this is when Danny picks up the dragon's tail and he spins the dragon around and just throws the dragon.
Yeah.
I like
It's
too.
kind of weird how no one notices because like they're on the school football field, you know, like Danny's fighting a dragon, and it's kind of weird how like no one in the building over notices.
Especially too, because like when the dragon flew out the building, the roof of the girl's room was like off. So it's like
Right. I was thinking like I feel I was like trying to remember. I'm like, didn't they like bust the roof? I'm like, oh no, maybe they just went intangible. Yeah, you're right. They like broke the roof.
Yeah. So 'cause I don't think the dragon can actually go intangible. I think it's just a dragon. So.
Right. Yeah. Because it's like the dragon. Like yeah, the necklace was like already magic, like not even ghost.
Right. So like, what would happen then if like say Danny was fighting? I mean, I know he was, but like, because it's only for a few minutes. If he was fighting like a ghost that had this necklace, would the dragon have like a ghost powers?
Yeah, like what if like Skulker wore the necklace?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's an interesting thought.
Or like, what if the dragon? I mean, it doesn't have to just be ghosts. What if the dragon, like, what if a vampire wore the necklace? Would the dragon have vampire powers? Like,
that's kind of cool. I don't know. Good question.
That's why you have to ask these questions. But yeah, so I did like too that Danny wasn't like it was a struggle for Danny to lift this dragon too. He didn't easily lift up the dragon.
Right. Yeah. You like really see him like struggling and sweating to pick it up.
But yeah, so then I think Danny gets overhyped, and I like how Danny forgets for a second that like he was supposed to like go deal with his dad because he's so worried about like showing that he's still like a teenager and everything like that, you know. Mm-hmm. Plus, too, if I just lifted a dragon and everything like that, I'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, I probably would have forgotten about my dad and my teacher.
But yeah, the scene happens that you mentioned, by the way, where like where Danny just plays it off like because Jack doesn't know who Lanto is, and Danny plays it off like he's George Clooney, and then Danny tries to get him away. Danny does this. He has
him and his mom like go dance on the dance floor.
Basically,
everyone's like thinking, looking at them.
Yeah, and basically this was Danny. I think did this just to get Jack away from Mr. Lancer, like far enough away, type of thing.
I like how as soon as Danny leaves, like Jack is like noticing everyone like was like, oh man, he's such a good dancer, and he's like, thank you.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then Danny goes back to fighting the dragon, and he pulls out the fishing line, and he uses it to basically wrap the dragon around in it, and then he catches the dragon, and then he takes the necklace off of the dragon, and the dragon turns back into Sam. And Sam, we should mention too, I mean, I think it was pretty obvious, when you are the dragon, right after you've turned back into human, you don't really remember anything that happens when you are the dragon. So
that's how it was with Paulina. She didn't know she was a dragon, and she thought she like bought the sweater.
Right. I assume the reason the person earlier, the medieval person, knew about it is because she's had this necklace for a while, so maybe she's like
right. Like it was her necklace, so she's probably used to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sam pretty much immediately is like, "Oh, was I a giant dragon?"
Yeah. And yeah, the ending scene,
it's pretty sweet. It's like the end of the dance. Paulina kind of got her comeuppance a bit because now like Dash is hitting on her and she looks like grossed out.
I mean, I think she got her comeuppance too because she almost got taken out by a freaking dragon. I mean,
Yeah, true. But yeah, the dance is pretty much petering out. Everyone's leaving, but the DJ's still playing a song. So it ends with Danny and Sam doing a slow dance together.
And that's kind of like the first time it's basically implied like, hey, these two characters, we're going to build something to them to be a couple, pretty much.
But poor Tucker, man. Danny made him cancel his first date. Then he made him go with Sam, and then Danny stole Sam.
I know. I like to...
Tucker didn't even want to go with Sam, but he made him just to steal her.
Wait. I like Tucker. I like too. Tucker's like looking at this moment, by the way, thinking that it's sweet, and then he just realizes, like, wait a minute. I'm dateless again, pretty much. Like.
Yeah. Tucker's a good friend in this episode. I like how he doesn't get jealous of Danny for going for Paulina, and he didn't want to at first, but he ended up taking Sam and all that, and he's happy for them when they start dancing together.
Until he realizes that
he's dateless.
I like that he's not even mad, by the way, that Danny stole, like, his date. He's just mad that he's dateless again. Like, I think that's... And then yeah, this is when that.
But then the dragon lady from before shows up next to Tucker, screaming that she wanted to go to the ball, and then then she just like grabs Tucker.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Tucker's like 14. It really looks like this lady's like about to fucking molest Tucker.
Really, yeah. Because it's not like the lady.
He grabs him by the shoulders, and he's like, yeah, no, I'm good.
I should bet, because we should mention too. I know she's a ghost, so you could say yeah, but the lady's anyways doesn't even, like, looks like she's like way older than Tucker anyways. You know?
She's clearly like an adult woman.
Yeah. So, I did like too, by the way, that Tucker like was just like, yeah, you know, I don't need to date that badly. Like he's just like, nah, like nah.
Yeah, I like how he's like, I'm desperate, but I'm not that desperate.
Yeah. So, yeah, the episode, and then that's the end. Yeah. I thought this episode was good and solid. It's got some good fight scenes. I think the dragon was a good villain. Like, for Danny to fight early in his powers here. I really liked, you know, how Danny masters, like, overshadowing people, and they do a good job of that. And, you know, they really fixed the problem of Sam and Tucker's characters in this episode.
Oh, yeah. Sam and Tucker are way more likable. Danny's a fun protagonist.
And, you know, it sets up Danny and Sam, like, their relationship. Not completely going forward, but, like, there's, like, I mean, this is with hindsight. There's, like, you wouldn't have known it if you watched the episode without watching anything else, but...
Yeah, the dragon necklace is fine. It's a cool concept. You know, as far as villains go, it's certainly, I think it's a step up from the lunch lady, but,
yeah.
You know, the episodes next up, Skulker and Technus, I think are, better.
So I'll give this episode like a B-. I think it's solid. I think the overshadowing thing is what really makes the episode. So
yeah, seeing Danny overshadow ability, and like I said earlier, they really do a good job like utilizing it.
Yes. Before we start the review for the next episode, can we
before that, I was going to say it is 10 o'clock. I got to get up at 6 a.m. So I think we'll either make a cut here or like we'll end the video and then make the next episodes.
I'm actually okay with that because I have to pee anyways. So
cool.
So yeah.
Now, I have to get up soon and you have to pee. Win-win.
So let's just say this. We'll cut here. And yeah, you'll probably see us. No cut for you guys, right? Sure, we'll be in different clothes and it'll be a different time of day. Don't worry about it. You know, it'll just be a 5-second. We're just taking a 5-second break. It definitely won't be a different day. Welcome back, everyone. As we said, we were going to cut this because we went so long talking about the first episode of Danny Phantom. That's why AJ had to clear his schedule so that way we could do this again.
Yeah, exactly. It's only been like 5 seconds. I mean, sure, the time of day is different. We're wearing different clothes, but it's only been like 5 seconds. What do you mean? It's not a different day.
And my webcam's different, actually, too. So, you know. By the way, you actually kind of can't even tell on my end if it's a time of the day because my curtain's closed. And I think.
My curtains are closed too, but they're shitty. You can't really tell.
Yeah. So.
But anyway, we're starting off with Danny Phantom, Season 1, Episode 3, One of a Kind.
Yeah,
this is really cool. It's the introduction to a long-term villain, Skulker. Owen hasn't seen much Spider-Man, but I wanted to mention that Skulker is based off of... Well, he's inspired by the villain Kraven the Hunter.
Yeah, that's cool. This episode is...
Spider-Man influence, so I think it's cool.
But yeah, this episode's pretty cool. It came out actually the same day as the second episode, actually, April 9th, 2004, which is pretty cool. So you had like a 2-episode premiere pretty much,
I'm surprised. Usually they do that for like an episode 1, but not the episodes 2 and 3. I guess it's because Danny Phantom's more episodic. Like they don't really do parts 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking through the episode dates. After this, they don't really do it much anymore. So maybe because too they just had the time to fit it in and everything like that. Maybe too because episode 2, as we said, is a good episode, but they wanted like a better, grandier, reason for fans to come back and everything like that. And I think the third episode, One of a Kind, does a better job of that than this one. I'm not sure why that was the case. I assume you're not gonna find reasons for it because this is it just happen that way. But you know,
They probably wanted the premiere to be its own thing, and then like to generate more hype afterwards.
Yeah.
Between three together. But anyway, to get into the episode itself.
Well, this time I'll go through the direct. It was directed because it's directed by different people this time. It was directed by the director. You can just take out Sean Dempsey. He didn't do it this time. And then the drawers, the storyboard artists, were done by Butch and Hartman and Mark Banker and Steve Marmel. So that's cool. And then the same thing. Eric Weedsway and Ingram and they all. It's different. It's the same storyboard artists and everything like that. So that's cool. But the episode starts off. I thought this was actually kind of a cool setup because they actually started this is the first episode that doesn't start at Fenton Works. This is the first episode that starts somewhere else, and it looks like they're at some type of lake or something like that. It's like some abandoned building, not abandoned building, but like some building that's after hours that just happens.
I think it's just like a warehouse,
Yeah, so that's cool. I thought that was kind of a cool atmosphere to start it off with.
Yep. We're introduced to the Box Ghost. I really like him. He's a really funny recurring character in this show. Anyway, he's just like a pathetic villain that Danny can beat up easily. That's the whole thing. He controls boxes.
Right.
And, of course, he's he's just constantly going, I am the Box Ghost, beware, and all that.
Yeah, and he acts like he's more intimidating than, he actually is and stuff like that.
There's only one time in the series when he says beware and it's intimidating. That's Ultimate Enemy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was going to say, when he's
we'll get to that in that episode, but I'm saying I think it's really cool how, beware is such, a comedic thing. But then they twist it on its head to one time it's actually intimidating.
Right. So, basically, I like the way they introduce him and everything like that, and I do like they actually introduce him in a logical way too, because when they introduce him, because him and Danny have already been fighting by this point, but it's in a logical way where it's not necessarily him introducing to Danny for the first time, but he does it because his character later on. That's just what he does, type of thing. And if you listen to the sentence that he makes, he does it in a way where it's not like Danny doesn't completely know who he is. But I think this is clearly, that this is Danny's first time actually fighting him, but they've obviously met because when the episode starts, they've been fighting already.
They were probably chasing him for a little while and ended up in this warehouse. But anyway, they pretty easily suck him into the Fenton thermos.
Yeah.
And close it down. Danny's really tired because he has a test to do in the morning. And he's been fighting ghosts all night.
Something significant. Even though it was kind of we talked about the last episode, this is kind of the first episode where Sam and Tucker are really his sidekicks and everything like that. That's kind of the plot of the episode without the Skulker thing, is kind of them becoming his sidekicks.
Because Danny can phase through the wall and stuff, but Sam and Tucker kick down the steel door into the warehouse.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
I'm like, Jesus, are they the ones with superpowers, or is this the most fragile warehouse in the universe?
But yeah, so this is kind of where you find out their roles. Sam is supposed to be helping Danny study for tests, and Tucker's supposed to be catching all the ghosts so Danny can study for the test. And they do a good job that they can't really manage the time properly because Danny's trying to do two things at once, and he's failing at studying for the tests. And I wouldn't say failing catching the ghosts, but it's taking him so long to catch the ghosts that it's causing him to not be able to study for the test.
Right. And then, of course, we see in a second, there were a lot of ghosts that Danny's been hunting, so...
Yeah. I do like this, too. This is, we're going to mention this. This is the first time where they really dive into Tucker being a tech guy type of thing. It was brought up a little bit in the last episode, but this is where it's really, influenced, and it takes over the show pretty much and everything like that.
Yeah, his two main things in the show are usually technology and meat.
Yeah.
We got his meat obsession in episode 1, and now episode 3 we're getting his technology obsession.
So yeah, Yeah, Tucker screws up, and he inadvertently drops the Fenton thermos because he's like being really cocky about it. He's balancing it on his finger and twirling it around and everything like that, and he screws up. And I think because of the impact, it caused the ghost to the release button to get hit, so all the ghosts get out. And you can just tell these are typical background ghosts that they just wrote because all of them look the same. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so. Because of the screw up, and I like they added a funny line in there where Tucker was just like, "Oh, that's weird. We should be done catching ghosts by now." I think Tucker did that because he realized he screwed up. So I think he was just trying to say something, and I think he made it work.
It's just he knew he messed up, so he's like, yeah. Anyway, I guess we got more work to do. Just trying to push past it.
And yeah, you can talk about this. This is we meet the main villain of the episode.
Danny's really annoyed, and then it cuts to a view of Danny from binoculars, and then we see a robotic-looking ghost named Skulker stalking Danny, saying how, and he already knows Danny's a half ghost, half human hybrid.
So yeah, I think he's been. He's probably heard about him, but he's probably been spying on him too, probably for a few weeks.
Right. Well, a couple episodes later, in Bitter Reunions, Vlad mentions the Ghost Boy that everyone's been talking about. So, I think the news of like a crime-fighting ghost has been like spreading around.
Yeah.
So Skulker, being a hunter and like well known, he's probably heard of Danny and he's been investigating him.
Right.
And like I mentioned before, he's very much inspired by Kraven the Hunter, who hunts Spider-Man because he's the best prey in the world. A spider human. And very similar to Kraven, how Kraven always calls Spider-Man the Spider. I like how Skulker always calls Danny the Ghost Child or Ghost Boy.
Yeah, I don't think he does it much like towards the later episodes, but
I don't think he ever like calls him Danny Phantom. He always calls him like Ghost Boy.
Right, but I think he definitely dies that down a little bit once I definitely don't remember him doing it as much in the later seasons. I think because they've known each other and all that type of stuff. So.
Right, but I'm just saying I think it's a cool like nickname he's given him.
Yeah.
Because it also showing like he doesn't really see him as like a person. He sees him as his hunt, his prey, and then he's watching Danny, and then we also see behind him he has a small cage filled with ghosts. So It's cool that he's also a ghost hunter like Danny, except of course Danny does it to protect people and fight crime, and Skulker does it because he's the best hunter in the ghost zone.
Right, and they never.
And he enjoys hunting like valuable and tough opponents.
And they never explain this, but I think it's pretty much implied that this cage that he's gonna go with, that that they're in, like they can't go intangible or anything like that, so they're trapped in there, type of thing.
Yeah, the cage is like glowing, so presumably it's like it prevents people from phasing out of it.
Yeah.
But since the box ghost got released with the other ghosts from the Fenton thermos, he's like investigating the cage because it's box shaped.
Right.
Like he's interested in it. And then Skulker like just casually threatens him. He doesn't even look over at him. He's just like, yeah, don't do that or I'll skin you alive or something.
He says he'll put his pelt by the foot of his bed, which I don't even think that's possible because he's a ghost. Like, wouldn't his
I don't think he has skin. He's made of like ectoplasm.
Like, is he just gonna go find like the dead body of like the box ghost and just like skin him?
Who knows, man? But yeah, I like how Skulker's just like he talks like he already knows Box Ghost and is just annoyed by him.
Yeah, that was funny. We should mention too. We mentioned it before. Skulker's voice actor, I think, is different in at least season 1 than it is in other seasons. It's Matthew St. Patrick that does it. I haven't heard him do it, recently, but I really like Matthew St. Patrick as the voice actor Skulker. He does it really well. He makes Skulker sound intimidating. We should mention that he only does it because we find out later that when this is a bit of a spoiler, but you should have seen this by now. When Skulker gets a suit removed, clearly a different person has voice acted him, unless he's just throwing his voice in a different way. But yeah.
Which isn't uncommon. We talked about last episode how like Valerie has a totally different voice, and it's very common for shows when they introduce a character with a voice, and then they end up becoming a recurring character. They'll hire a different voice actor.
Right.
Probably because like they're going to be recurring and scheduling or something like that.
So yeah, this was kind of cool. This was the first time that like Danny Phantom started with like an episode where Danny didn't meet his villain like previously or anything like that. It was just a threat that was like looming over.
Also, out of the 4 episodes we've like reviewed, 1, 2, 3, and 4, this is the only one that doesn't start like in Fenton Labs where with Danny like learning about a new invention.
So that was cool.
So I'm glad not every episode's going to start like with the same setup.
Yeah, especially. I'm glad we got like a break from the norm and all that type of stuff.
Mm.
And then it cuts to the intro. We talked about that in this review already.
Great theme song. We'll probably mention it every video, but one of the best cartoon theme songs.
And then it's at Fenton Works. Jazz is excited because there's this woman who is like the boss, like a big creator of Genius magazines, which focuses very much on woman geniuses. I like it because there's a recurring joke where Jack and Danny just think it's the swimsuit issue, which is really funny.
Right, yeah.
But she's doing this pretty much because she wants to show that her family is a normal family. So doing this magazine interview would make it seem that way. Doesn't really make sense.
Also, I like how this point in the show, like, no one still, like, believes in ghosts. Because as we go later into the show, like, Amity Park and people around the world, like, believe in ghosts because obviously all this stuff is happening.
Right.
But I think it's cool how, like, it's like a gradual thing, like, people believing in ghosts.
Yeah, I like that. And, yeah, so Jazz wants to basically prove that. But, I don't know what she was thinking was going to happen when this interview happened, but we'll talk about that in a later. Because obviously they were going to mention ghosts. That was going to be a big thing, but whatever. So we find out that Jack made a new invention. We mentioned this in the last one. This time it's basically a communicator, so that way anybody that's a ghost, it will translate their language into like their language, which is really cool. It's basically Google It's basically Google Translate if you think about it.
Yeah.
But
and then they hold it up to Danny, and it basically just repeats what Danny says, but adds "boo" on the ghost at the end of it.
Yeah.
And they're like puzzled by this, and Danny's like, "Ha ha, that's weird." Anyway.
Yeah, and nothing really comes of this. I think this one was just mainly like to show, like, Danny's family's pretty much clueless about him being ghost. I think they also just
right. We got this in episode 1 as well. We didn't really get it in episode 2, but yeah.
Yeah, so I like, this was fine. They did it here because they took a break from the last episode. They do explain it later on a little bit that the reason I think they think that is because their inventions are like bugged and all that type of stuff. Like they just think it's like a like a glitch in their invention and all that type of stuff. So that's why I think.
I mean, from their perspective, like why would they think that Danny's a ghost?
Right. So when Danny leaves, Jack is like excited to show basically People's Magazine and everything like that. Genius Magazine. I think that's actually, I just basically said what it's probably a spin-off to. It's probably People's Magazine because that's a thing. But yeah, so Jack says which is really weird because they mentioned, like you said, George Clooney and all this other stuff, but this time, Genius People Magazine, they didn't want to be mentioned, I guess. So
well, I guess George Clooney isn't like copyright,
Right. But anyhow, Jack is excited to show that the Fentons really are geniuses. And this was actually a good, this is obviously the Butch Hartman joke where he says one thing, the opposite happens. But this was a good way to show that. Danny is upset because he got a D on his biology test.
Also, I think it's kind of cool. This is the most attention we've gotten from Maddie so far.
From who?
Maddie?
Yeah, this is because
Maddie has not done shit in these 4 episodes. Even still, this isn't like much from her, but like it's something,
Yeah, so they do fix that later. So
which is cool because Maddie becomes one of my favorite characters. So I'm just happy that she gets some attention in this episode.
Yeah, but I thought this was where that joke actually worked this time because it was actually following the plot because these their family is a big geniuses and Danny's getting D's on tests, not because he's not a genius, but just because he doesn't have time to study or anything like that. So,
Yeah, like as we saw last night, he's been busy hunting ghosts all the time. So he gets a D in biology, and then he's pretty upset about this. And he's like, I gotta do some extra credit to make up for it.
Actually, Sam gives him the idea. She, points out the fact that there's a rare purple-back gorilla named Samson. And the reason why it's rare, and this is like a big thing, is because they mentioned there's only 2 left in the world, and that it's, they're both male. So basically, once these gorillas die or whatever happens to them, they're
gone forever.
Yeah, they're extinct. So they're an endangered species, pretty much. And Sam wants Danny to basically do an invention of why the gorilla deserves to be set free.
I think it's cool how this is they're in the library for the scene, because whenever we see Casper High, it's usually
the hallway,
outside or in the hallways. Yeah, hallways mostly.
Yeah.
Or the football field. So it's not, I'm just glad we're seeing more locations.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mentioned it last episode how I like how we're seeing a lot of Amity.
I actually like to, we should mention, I like that they focus on Danny's schoolwork in this episode. That really showed, how much of a struggle it is for him to manage to be a superhero and do schoolwork.
Again, it's the appeal of teenage heroes. That's why everyone loves Spider-Man, is, seeing him, struggle to be a superhero and, his daily life of, getting, keeping a job or doing schoolwork or whatever it is.
I mean, that's mainly the reason the second Spider-Man of the original was really successful, because the second Spider-Man really focuses on that. So
really focuses on he's struggling with his love life, keeping the jobs, passing off his classes. Yeah, I'm glad you remember the second Spider-Man. I didn't know how much you remembered of it.
I watched it all the time when I was young, because it was on YouTube, so you could just watch it really easily. So
yeah. But yeah, and I'm just bringing it up here because, of course, Spider-Man kind of set the precedent for teenage heroes.
Right. And I think this is going to be...
Of course, Danny's super inspired by him.
At least right now, anyways. We said we compare. This is going to be the comparison we're going to make between Danny and Ben, because Ben right now is taking place during the summer, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But Danny is different because it's taking place during the school year.
Right, yeah. Ben isn't a very good comparison for the original series. Even later on, when it's his teenage version, we get a couple episodes with him struggling with school and being a superhero.
Right.
But it doesn't focus on it nearly as much as Spider-Man and Danny.
I think it helps too because Danny isn't the best student. He's a good student, but not a honor roll type of student anyways.
Yeah. Jazz and then Jack and Maddie are all geniuses. Well, Maddie and Jack are stupid, but they are stupid smart at the same time.
Right.
Danny is just average, he well, in some ways he's above average because in later episodes we find out he's wants to be an astronaut and he runs simulations on his computer.
Right. And he just
he's smart. It's just he's constantly busy with the superhero stuff that he can't focus on school.
Right. So yeah, they're gonna do this extra credit assignment, and I think it's cool too. By the way, that they made Danny different. His family are geniuses, and I think Danny Phantom was always really good about making the main characters stand out from their families and everything like that. That they're completely different. Because this is going to tie into the next episode, actually. So,
yeah. And I like this because last episode focused on, Danny's, love life and trying to, date. But I feel like the superhero stuff didn't really get in the way of that. He was already unpopular before he became a superhero.
Right. So this one was just kind of...
So I think this is a better, direct conflict.
And we should mention, by the way, too, because this is a big episode for Sam where she talks about, how she cares about the environment and stuff. This episode did that better, way better than the first one.
Way better. Because in episode 1, she is so insufferable.
Yeah, so this
episode... Tucker was too, but she was even worse. This episode, she's, she makes her point while also being a likable character.
And also, it doesn't cause the plot or anything like that. If anything, it helps, actually, the plot, actually. Yeah. So, but yeah, so Danny... At first, he doesn't want to do this extra credit assignment because obviously he doesn't have any time to do any of that or any stuff like that. And Tucker, actually, this is basically him trying to, he tries to be his time manager pretty much. Basically, this is what his PDA is going to be for. He's going to help manage, basically make a schedule for Danny's time and everything like that.
And I like Danny's response. He's very apathetic, and he's I guess we'll give him a trial period.
Yeah. And I actually kind of like, too, that, they're actually willing to help Danny when it comes to this stuff. They're not asking for anything in return or anything like that. So
yeah, they're good friends. And like I said before, I like how witty Danny is. He's a lot funnier than I remembered.
Yeah. So yeah, they go to investigate the purple-back gorilla, and because this happened, Skulker comes in, and he notices that he doesn't notice that it's his prey, but this is basically what Danny he calls him his prey, but this is basically what Danny's looking for. So he's gonna kind of use this to locate Danny and everything like that. And this like regular kid, I think he does get a name later on because you do see this character. Not a lot, obviously, but he does show back up again and everything like that.
Yeah, he's just like a background guy.
But
which is cool. It's kind of like how in SpongeBob, like a lot of the background fish have like names.
right, but I remember this guy does show up again and everything like that. So he's asked. He comes up and asks if he's.
I like that when they give like the background characters like some like history and names.
Yeah.
They don't just like repeat, or like always throw in random ones.
But yeah, he comes up and he asks Skulker if he's gonna if he's done with the computer. And then, Skulker, shoots, believe it or not, ecto-like spider webs at him. That's the best thing I could say what these were. And he has, like, this green goo that he shoots at him, where he covers his eyes, and he's screaming. So I like what Skulker says. He's like, quiet, we're in a library. Like, says it really creepy.
At first, I like how intense he is. He's like, you thought you can get the jump on me, Skulker? The best hunter in the ghost zone? And this poor kid's screaming for his life. He's terrified. And then he's like, shh, we're in a library.
So yeah, and Skulker leaves. And I guess when Skulker leaves an area where he's done this, they just, like, all of his stuff that he's done just goes away because when Dash and another guy comes in, I think this guy does get, like, a name later on, but he's just a background character. They're appreciating, they think it's just a bully that did this, so they're appreciating the work. And then, like, shortly after Skulker leaves, like, all the stuff disappears. The kid just falls to the floor. So
does it? I don't remember that. I remember it just cuts away with the kid still hanging on the wall.
No, this is Dash and stuff come in and they appreciate.
No, I'm saying. I remember like he's on the wall, like hooked up. He's like stuck to the wall. Then Dash and the other bully come up and they're like, you got to appreciate good bullying.
No, but it doesn't cut. No, it doesn't cut it. The stuff disappears and then he falls to the floor. Then it cuts. So.
Okay. I don't remember him falling to the ground. But okay, cool.
But yeah, I don't think he does either because he probably got a concussion after that. So.
Yeah.
But I think they did this because it shows, because there's a lot of times where Skulker's in the middle of a hunt, and his stuff would disappear when he disappears from when he leaves that area. But
which kind of shitty hunting equipment if you trap something in a net and it just like disappears after like a minute.
Yeah. I don't
kind of shitty hunter if I'm being honest.
I don't know what to make of that, but that's what happened. So, but yeah, so they're at the zoo. I guess nobody works at this zoo because we never see any workers. It's just
I was gonna mention that. I was like, no one works at this damn zoo.
Either that or they're just.
I think Danny even makes a joke about that later, where it's like where are the zookeepers? Like, because when the gorilla gets out.
Yeah. But yeah, like nobody works there. Either that or they just suck at it because they're just not. You don't see. No one even goes to the zoo when they're there either. They're just like.
Yeah. It's also like weirdly set up. Like there's the gorilla cage on the ground, and then they're in like an observatory building, like way up.
Right.
And then they see the gorilla scratching its ass, and then Tucker's like, "How long have you been here?" Like, 6 hours.
I can't believe
they've literally just been watching this gorilla for 6 hours.
They mentioned that too. But yeah, it's also weirdly set up. Like the tigers are next to the gorilla, which I don't really think that happens at the zoo. Like I don't know, but yeah, eventually Sam mentions that they can just go out there and find out something about Samson that no one's ever really known about him. But they fall asleep.
Right, because they've been there for a couple hours, like waiting for him to like do something they can write a report on.
But they fall asleep, and doing this because they're just so tired. Danny and Tucker end up hugging while they're sleeping, but they don't really realize this. And Sam takes a picture of it, and this ends up sort of being used later on as like a comedic bit. And then,
definitely 2004 when she has like the big ass like reporter camera that like,
and then
I guess for 2023 she'd be using a smartphone.
Right. So then Skulker pops up, and he's looking through his binoculars and. these binoculars can like phase through and like see through rooms and everything like that because you're able to see like Danny and or like I should say zoom in and like see like wide range because he's able to see like Danny and Tucker even though they're inside the observatory, and Tiger is all upset that he's in his in his home, I guess,
Cage.
In his cage. And I like Skulker's reaction. He's just like, "Oh, please!" Like he just defeats this tiger like really easily and everything like that.
Yeah,
It happens off.
and
It happens off screen.
but yeah, the gorilla notices what's happening and like starts to freak out. And I guess Sam went downstairs and to like see what was wrong with the gorilla. And it's like the gorilla's like trying to point towards Skulker.
Yeah.
And then Sam is like, "You want out?" First, okay, Sam was dumb for this.
Yeah, very.
Like she didn't realize like if she noticed that if she saw Skulker and noticed the gorilla was like wanting to get Skulker, I can kind of understand that.
Yeah.
But she's literally just like, "Oh, you want to get out of this cage?" Like doesn't know about the ghost, and then just lets him out.
It's really I guess that's not very secure too. There's just these buttons that says open and close, and yeah, you can just like,
Right. I'm like, who works here? Apparently, no one.
But yeah, the gorilla. So Samson goes over. Skulker's still looking through his binoculars, and it warns him that there's a gorilla attacking. And Skulker's just like, "Wait, what? The gorilla attacking?"
Yeah, and I like how he has that on his out as his computer. Like, why would he have like a warning for gorillas?
Right.
It's pretty.
I love too that he doesn't even like really take it seriously either. So it's like, wait, what gorilla attack? And then the gorilla just ambushes.
Yeah, he's like confused.
It reminds you.
Gorilla attacks him.
Yeah. So Samson and Skulker fight, and Samson's just beating the crap out of Skulker. He's pounding on his equipment and everything like that. He throws him into like a cage and everything like that, and he smashes one of the arms of his equipment, which kind of ties in later. But because he does this, he inadvertently activates the goop, like the goop shooter that Skulker uses, and it's good.
I'm gonna call it that from now on, the goop shooter.
I don't know what to call it, so
Yeah.
but it shoots green goop in his face, and the gorilla can't see, and Skulker thinks he can utilize this to catch the gorilla in a net, but the gorilla catches the net and he uses this to twirl the net around, and he sends Skulker like into the observatory, which was like
Which that's an impressive throw. That observatory is high up.
yeah.
But he lands right next to Tucker and Danny, who are sleeping on the ground.
They didn't hear this
They're
somehow.
still sleeping, man. Danny must have been really tired. He did not wake up through any of this.
And then Skulker's about to basically the gorilla inadvertently knocks Skulker where he wanted to be, and he's about to take Danny, and Sam finally notices the ghost, and Skulker shoots the goop into Sam's mouth so that way she can't warn them or anything like that. And then the gorilla comes in and attacks Skulker some more, throws him up against the wall a couple of times, and he's just smashing Skulker. And he phases through the wall, and the gorilla is just hitting the wall. And when
when Danny and Tucker wake up, they're screaming at the gorilla, and then they start screaming because they were hugging each other.
Right.
Gay. That's the joke.
I don't think that would really translate really that much today. So.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm like definitely 2004. Hey, what if he was English? Sorry. Well, Danny, what if you are gay? Is that a problem to hug your homie?
I guess so.
Yeah. But anyway, Danny freaks out because with the gorilla, he goes ghost. Just very quickly grabs the ghost, goes invisible,
Gorilla.
drops it back in the cage. What? What did I say?
You said the ghost. So.
Oh, sorry. Picks up Samson the gorilla and drops him back in his cage.
Right.
Also, by the way, we're kind of a small side bit, but this gorilla shows up in Nicktoons Unite. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's kind of weird because it doesn't show up after this episode. It's a cool reference, but I just think it's kind of funny how this gorilla was popular enough to make it into the video game.
Yeah, and he shows up a few times in the video game too. I wonder if it's this, and I wonder if it's even the same gorilla because they mentioned this too. So
well, there's only two of them, so I mean, I feel like it had to be the same one.
but it was in Vlad's mansion. Did Vlad just kidnap this gorilla then, in the
That's
game?
what I'm thinking. I'm like, what? Why? I guess because Vlad's it's a rare species. I just want it.
I don't know. Yeah.
I guess.
But this was cool. And Sam's about to warn Danny and Tucker about Skulker. By the way, we should mention, we're just saying this because we don't even know who Skulker is actually at all. Like, they never mention him by name. We're just mentioning it. And we have to remember, we're taking for granted that people have seen the show before. We know him as Skulker, but we don't even know who he is at this point.
Well, we already made it clear multiple times, like, this is like a in hindsight review. This isn't a blind review.
Right. I'm just saying, I remember we take things for granted, but we think people just know, like, this stuff. Like with the Ben 10 thing, the stuff that you've taken for granted that I don't know. So,
Right, yeah, true. You haven't, like, Ben 10's a bit different because I've seen all of it. You've only seen, like, bits and pieces.
But, Sam's about to tell Danny and Tucker about Skulker, but then they basically blame her for letting the gorilla out, which she did let the gorilla out, but obviously they just think that Sam let the gorilla out just... Well, I guess that's why she...
Well, from Sam's perspective, she did just let the gorilla out just because.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess, yeah. But they basically...
So, yeah, they kind of are right to be mad at her.
Right. I guess I'm saying it because it ended up working out that she let the gorilla out, so...
Right, but I'm saying, like, that's why I was saying it's, like, kind of weird, because, like, if she did let it out to fight Skulker, like, sure, but she just let it out just because.
Right. But, yeah,
And then she shows them the picture. She doesn't even say anything, she just shows them the picture of them hugging.
Basically,
and then they're like, you know what, we'll just call it even.
Yeah, and then it cuts to the next scene. This is something I don't like. So, because they yelled at her for letting the gorilla out, then she just doesn't tell Danny about the ghost. Like, that was weird. Like...
Yeah, she was, like, gonna tell him, and then, like, they got mad at her for, like, letting the gorilla out.
Right. Like...
And then, like, once they solve that, they don't... Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah. Like, they should have mentioned it, like... off screen or something like that, type of thing. Like,
well, maybe she did, because the next scene it's back at Fenton Works, like the next day.
No, but like when Danny gets kidnapped, Sam mentioned that's the ghost from the zoo. Tucker's just like, Danny, so Tucker doesn't even know about the Skulker at all.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I remember like Danny was surprised he was in the room, but I don't think he was surprised that like there was a ghost hunting him. I guess.
Yeah, but like. Danny doesn't, like, Danny and Tucker don't seem like they even know about Skulker, so it's just so weird she just ddidn't mention it. Like, why would you not mention it? Like, it's like...
Yeah, so that is dumb, yeah, I agree. Also, by the way, what did you think of the fight scene with Skulker and Sanson? Because I think we mentioned, like, the action scenes so far have just been, like, okay, they haven't been, like, amazing.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. This was, like, the first time, too, that wasn't, like, ghost versus ghost either. It was, like, animal versus ghost, and I kind of liked this. I like that.
I thought it was a little weird that Skulker is like getting his ass kicked by a gorilla. Like gorillas are tough, don't get me wrong, but like he's literally like an Iron Man suit.
Right, especially too. I think too because the suit got like damaged a little bit. I can kind of say that's okay. But consider the fact you're trying to set him up as the main villain. Maybe because, too, this is with hindsight, he just becomes a punching bag anyways. I'm just used to it now at this point.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Like, he becomes a punching bag later.
So I'm just...
So in this episode where he's, like, the main threat, it is a little weird that he gets his ass kicked, like, so badly.
And what
It's weird, because, like, he gives Danny a run for his money in this episode. Like, he pretty much wins their fight.
So if Danny fought this gorilla, would he get his ass kicked then, too? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I'm pretty sure this gorilla is, like, the strongest thing we've seen so far.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I...
This gorilla could beat the dragon from last episode.
Right. I feel like if the gorilla... Because later on, he does kick Skulker's ass. If he didn't kick Skulker's ass at all, like, before that type of thing, I would have been okay with it. But, yeah, this does... I feel like they made the gorilla...
I think I liked it more if it was, like, the gorilla and Danny, like, teamed up.
Right. Or Danny overshadowed the gorilla. That would have been cool. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, because they do that in the video game. It would have been cool if, Danny because I don't think Danny overshadows anyone in this episode.
No.
And it was a pretty big part of last episode. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't have him do that.
Right. But, yeah, so I thought the gorilla looked a little too strong in this episode. And then...
Also, would have tied back into the story kind of nice. Like, Danny's trying to learn about this gorilla, and then he ends up, like, becoming the gorilla.
I know. And especially, too, with what he finds out in this episode, it would have made it... Well, it would have made a little more sense. So,
Yeah. So, anyway, not, like, a huge deal, but, I will say, like, I like the action scene more than the previous ones, but I think it could have been handled a bit better.
Especially, too, because Skulker... I mean, again, I know gorillas are strong, but like Skulker kicks a tiger's ass really freaking easily. So I'll go in the Danny Phantom universe. Are just gorillas stronger than tigers now? Then, like, what the hell?
Right. Like Skulker's like a lot stronger than the average ghost. So does that mean this gorilla could just easily kick like the octopus ghost's ass?
Right. I will give him a little bit of a pass, I guess, because the gorilla did have like a little bit of an advantage because he did attack him, like ambush him and everything like that. So it's like
Right. And don't get me wrong, gorillas are really freaking strong. It's just like, you know, Skulker's like a ghost with like high tech weaponry. It's just a little odd.
Yeah, I feel like you know, maybe if Skulker kicked his ass here, and then later on.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like you know, Skulker wins the fight against the gorilla in the zoo. Then he wins the fight against Danny and Fenton Works. Then they team up and then beat him at the zoo at the end. I feel like I would have liked that.
Yeah. All right, but anyhow, so then back at Fenton Works, they're doing the interview for the Genius magazine. I forget the interviewer's name. She's I think British or Australian. I forget which one.
Yeah.
Again, good diversity. She wasn't just British and Australian. She was also African American. So this was like real diversity going on right here with Danny Phantom.
Yeah, I mentioned it last episode, but for a 2004 cartoon, I think Danny Phantom does a really good job of like, not everyone is just like looks the same and like, you know,
Yeah.
good diversity amongst the cast. Also, body shape as well. Like everyone like has like everyone is like built differently.
Right. So
Like I think you mentioned episode 1. Like a lot of the background characters like look very differently,
right.
which is good. Like I don't mean like skin tone or race. I just mean like literally like they're all like shaped differently. Like look at Jack. Jack is like a fucking square.
Yeah. I think that's one thing actually that I think Danny does better than like Avatar, because if you remember in the first episode of Avatar, The Last Airbender, other than like a few people, everybody in the background character looks the same pretty much. So
yeah.
Again,
I think Ben 10, the original show, is pretty good at having diverse background characters. Later on in the show, I think they like kind of copy and paste too much. But I think amongst a lot of the cartoons we see, Danny Phantom's probably one of the best.
But again,
with like taking a diverse background.
But again, in Avatar, you can't give it too much shit either, because also in the Water Tribe, you kind of expect like people from the Water Tribe would like be roughly the same and everything like that. So. And again, it's also when they first started doing the show, they probably didn't want to draw too many background characters either. So
yeah, even later on, I feel like a lot of the background characters. Also, like amongst the cartoons, I think Danny Phantom has more of like the exaggerated art style.
Right, and I think it helps.
Like again, like Jack is built like a square.
Yeah.
If you put him in Avatar or Ben 10, he'd look like really weird.
Right.
Well, yeah. So with Ben, I guess like a lot of the background aliens look diverse, but like the humans, not really.
I feel like Danny.
Avatar, again, same thing where it's like they all look like normal humans.
Right. I think Danny does.
Danny Phantom is like much more exaggerated
with both ghosts and humans, so that's good.
Yeah.
But
so yeah, it fits the show, and I think it's a really strong suit for Danny.
So they're doing this interview for Danny. Oh, I'm sorry, for Genius Magazine. And Danny comes back, and he's really tired and like beat up because he's been at the zoo and everything like that. And basically, Danny and his friends just go upstairs and everything like that. And obviously,
oh yeah, so Danny's pulled 2 all-nighters. I just realized, yeah, because at the beginning of the episode, he stayed up all night hunting ghosts.
Yep.
Then he went to school, and then he's been up all night again at the zoo. So yeah, he hasn't slept in 2 days.
Yeah. So other than that last...
Well, he slept for like 10 minutes at the observatory, but that's kind of it.
Yeah. So, Danny also mentions, that he'll be up in his room, and they kind of go back to that communicator, because Jack had the communicator here, so they kind of repeat that. And actually, good thing Jazz, put that thing away, because, and Danny went upstairs. They didn't really do anything more with the communicator, which was kind of disappointing. I thought they could have done something more with it, but it was just kind of...
Oh, and, the interviewer, it's basically just saying how, it's basically just Jazz trying to keep them off the topic of ghosts, basically, and, talk about their other inventions.
Yeah, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah. Also, I think next episode talks about how, because, Danny talks about, wanting an allowance or, borrowing money from his parents.
Yep.
And, they mentioned they have a lot of money, but they just want Danny to, earn it.
Yeah.
So, and I think Jack or Maddie mentioned, having, patents, invention patents.
Right.
So I'm like, I just never thought about it as a kid, but like coming back as an adult, it's like, oh yeah, I guess they like sell a lot of their inventions.
Yeah, season 3 definitely goes back on that because then if you remember, they get paid from the guys in white a lot of money, and then they end up becoming rich, and then they're not rich anymore. Like, what the hell's going on?
And it's like, look at, they own that whole ass building.
Yeah.
Um,
Honestly, that
you know,
building.
it's like,
I hate to say it, that building probably is better than the mansion they end up staying in that whole episode. Like,
yeah. And then I think also next episode, Jack mentions he's like looking through all of his like equipment for government surveillance.
yeah, so that's funny.
So like they are making money off their inventions, but they're also being careful that like the government isn't spying on them.
Yeah, so that's funny.
So yeah, I'm just saying I think it's cool. It's a cool detail that they didn't have to throw in, but I liked it.
Yeah, it's just they kind of go back on that detail in season 3, but you know everything season 3 mostly sucks, so that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying I think it makes sense why this lady wants to interview Maddie if like they are famous inventors who like make a lot of money off of their inventions.
And clearly too, we should mention that the interviewer doesn't believe in ghosts because Maddie mentions ghost hunting, and you know the interviewer doesn't really know what to make of it. So
right, and that's why I mentioned like if this were like season 2 or 3, it's cool because like we see like more and more people start believing in ghosts because like obviously like big stuff starts happening like the Ghost King and
right,
all that shit. But like early on in the show, like no one really believes in ghosts and like no one really knows about Danny Phantom yet.
right. So that's cool.
And when they do learn about Danny Phantom, they call him Invisible.
Yeah, until he changes that. Yeah, and then Danny goes up. He's gonna try to see if he can squeeze in any sleep that he can get in. But then his ghost sense goes off, and he opens the door, and Skulker, who's been intangible this whole time, reveals himself to Danny, and he catches him in his net and pulls Danny into the room, and Sam and Tucker worry about him.
Sorry, finish your sentence.
Yeah, Sam and Tucker are worried about him, and then it goes to commercial break with them saying, like, Danny, like, worried about him, which I thought was a good commercial break right there, so I thought that was awesome.
So I first of all, I like the shot of, like, Danny opens the room, Skulker's just, like, overlooming him, and then, like, quickly, like, grabs him in the net and pulls him in. That's really cool. But, so I mentioned last episode how, like, whenever a ghost shows up, they'll have, like, the background lighting change.
Yep.
They kind of did that here, but, like, I wasn't a big fan of it. So, Skulker's flames, because Skulker has, like, a flame mohawk, which looks awesome, by the way. I love Skulker's
I like
design.
that a lot, yeah.
But here it's, like, blue.
Right.
And when the fight ends up in the basement, the ghost portal is also glowing blue.
Yeah, that's weird.
And, like, it's just, like, I get it's, like, an aesthetic thing, like, it's, you know, because the background changes lighting. But this is, like, the only time they ever do that. And, like, I don't know, I think I prefer the green. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the, like light blue that they use.
Yeah, that was strange. Because
they never do it again. That's why I wanted to point it out.
That's probably a reason they never did it again too, because it really wasn't the greatest. And I did like, I think they didn't change I think they didn't change the background too much because Danny's room was already dark, so they didn't want to change it too much because
Yeah, and that's the thing. Danny's room is already like blue.
You're right.
So like changing the lighting to blue is like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
I just think it didn't match. It didn't match the environment.
So, it comes back. Why don't you talk about the scene where Danny and Skulker introduce themselves and have their first fight? Because you haven't really been able to talk about it.
Right, because this is the first time they ever meet. Makes sense because they become like big adversaries throughout the show. Aside from Vlad, I'm pretty sure Skulker is like the most recurring villain.
Yeah, I think it's probably like Vlad, Skulker, and maybe Technus. I think those are like the most recurring ones.
Yeah, I would say Technus. Sorry. So anyway, Danny's caught in the net, and he like asks Skulker who he is. He introduces himself as Skulker, the greatest hunter in the Ghost Zone, and how Danny's a half human, half ghost hybrid, and he's like the best prize he's ever like laid his eyes on. And he shows him like another cage like filled with like ghosts, and how he's gonna capture Danny, bring him to the Ghost Zone.
Right.
And keep in mind, like, Danny has never been to the Ghost Zone yet.
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
like, we don't know what the Ghost Zone is like. So, like, him taking Danny there is, like, really scary.
Yeah.
We have no idea what it's like.
I think like season 2 or 3, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I just see a problem."
Right. Because when we actually see the ghost zone in the episode with Walker, it's like really freaky.
Right.
So so like at this point in the show, it's like they do a really good job of building up the ghost zone. Actually.
Yeah, I don't even. Let me see. Like, we don't even see the ghost zone for like.
I guess to make a comparison,
we don't see it. We don't the episode after we meet Vlad is the next time we see the ghost zone. That's still a bit away. Actually, I thought it was sooner than it was. So.
Yeah, so I like how they gave it a couple episodes to like build it up.
Yeah.
And again, to make a comparison to Ben 10, since we're reviewing them at the same time, and they also aired at the same time. I like how like it's how the Omnitrix, they didn't know what the name of the Omnitrix or like how it worked.
Right.
For a couple episodes, like they're still just calling it the Watch.
Yeah, that's
like
really
as
good.
the audience, we know it's called the Omnitrix, but like they don't.
Yeah, so
in
that's
similarly, cool. like we kind of know like the basics of the Ghost Zone,
right?
But like Danny and them have like no clue, like
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, and I say that because of course Danny very easily just turns invisible, goes ghost, turns invisible, and just like flies out of the net.
Right.
So Skulker's a moron.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because clearly he has cages that can contain ghosts. In a later episode, we see that Danny is like he has shackles that can because he shackles him and Valerie together.
Yeah,
and Danny can't phase out of it.
Yeah, so that was weird. Yeah, I don't know why.
So Skulker has stuff that can prevent phasing out.
Yeah.
Oh, and he worked with Vlad in a later episode, and Vlad has that box where Danny can't phase out of it.
Well, that one made sense because Vlad paid for that, so that one made sense.
But I'm saying, point is, so like Skulker has access to stuff that can prevent Danny from phasing out of it.
Yeah, I guess they want.
They just uses a regular net that Danny can phase out of.
Yeah, that was weird. I guess they wanted to give a reason that Danny was able to phase out of it. I think Skulker did say pity. I thought you would have put up more of a fight. So maybe that's why, like, you wanted Danny to put up a fight. But it's like, why would you?
I guess, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like it would have been better if, like, Sam or Tucker somehow freed him.
Also, too, it was really.
It just makes Skulker seem dumb.
And if I know it's because we needed Skulker to introduce himself. If Danny could have just done this all along, why didn't he even waste his time like listening to him?
Right, like it feels like the writer just wanted Skulker and Danny to like talk for a bit, like introduce themselves.
Yeah.
And then just go on a fight.
Right. I thought they could have done it. I thought they could have done it in a better way because this was just weird.
Yeah, like it's a really cool conversation, like seeing Danny like trapped in the net and like Skulker looming over him,
right?
Saying how like he chose him to be his prey. But the thing is, like again, Skulker was like hunting Danny for a while. Like he knew Danny was like what Danny could do.
Yeah.
Oh, for him, and he went to his house and ambushed him in his room.
Yeah.
And then he uses a net that Danny could easily just break out of. So I don't know. I just thought it was kind of dumb.
I mean, why was he so disappointed? Danny didn't put up more of a fight. You ambushed him. Like no one's gonna put up a fight if you get ambushed. Like you got ambushed yourself. Like it's like
Right. So yeah, I don't know. That was kind of dumb that Danny could just easily get out of the net when Skulker had all the prep time in the world.
And you're like, why did Danny just sit around and listen to him if he could get out of this easily? Like it didn't really,
Yeah,
Again,
I guess he was surprised. Like, so I mean, I guess that's fine. Like, he broke out of it pretty easily and quickly.
Right. It's just saying though, like if he knew he could, why wouldn't he? I get they needed them to talk, but I feel like they could have done it in a better way or something.
Yeah. So the confrontation's cool, but it doesn't make sense when you think about it.
Yes.
But anyway, they start fighting, and we don't really see much of the fight. We cut to outside the room, and we just hear like the sounds of them like scuffling.
But I thought that worked because this was like the first time that we've seen anyway that Danny has had to fight like a ghost where like, there's this big like thing going on with his parents and it made sense for the storyline because Jazz is trying to do this interview without mentioning ghosts and of course a ghost fight happens like as she's trying to do this interview. So I actually caught...
Right. And then the interviewer lady becomes interested in Danny because like he seemed very tired and like messy when he walked in. And now all this like crazy shit's happening in his room.
Right.
So she becomes interested in him. And then they start walking up to the room.
They take a while.
Yeah, they take a while. But anyway, they end up crashing through the ceiling into the living room.
Right.
Oh no, before that. Or is it before that? No, it's after that. Sorry. Yeah, they end up. Do they go up to his room first, or is that after the fight?
So what happens? I'll break down the fight.
Sorry, I'm just like blanking.
So yeah, they crash through the they crash through like his room.
Okay, they do crash into the kitchen first. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and then Skulker brings Danny basically to the basement, so that way he can put him to the ghost zone and everything like that.
Oh well, before that, I kind of thought it was funny how by the way, I'm pretty sure they don't phase through the ceiling. They actually like crash through it and land on the kitchen table. And then when everyone walks into the kitchen to see like what happened, Tucker goes like, "Hi-ya!" Like he pretends like he broke the table.
Yeah, I don't know.
But also like they crashed through the ceiling. They didn't phase through it. So there should just be a giant hole in the ceiling, and they don't like question that.
Continuity error right there. So
yeah. But I thought it was a funny joke how Tucker's like, yeah, I just karate chopped your table.
I mean, how do you not like? I don't know what else. I don't think Tucker really knew what to really do because he was in a bad spot there because they come right in afterwards too. So it's like.
And I think I mentioned this already, but I like how huge Skulker is in this episode. Like he is like 3 times Danny's size.
Yeah, that doesn't really stay.
And like he's really kicking Danny's ass in this fight.
It's implied so, anyways. Yes.
Well, because when they go down to the basement, Skulker just like is grabbing him by the neck and is like walking him to the ghost portal.
Yeah.
But anyway, after the kitchen incident, then they start walking up to Danny's room, and you're right, they took way too long to get up there.
That's probably why he thought it was afterwards because it was like, yeah, they took a long time.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, man, they like took, they walked like slow-mo, you know.
But yeah, so. Skulker's got Danny by the neck, and he's about to put him into the ghost portal, so that way he could put him on display. And so if we had done this video when we wanted to do it, at least this bit anyways, I didn't like this at first, but then when I watched it again, I actually kind of ended up liking it. Sam is basically trying to stop this. He does this whole speech about how like it's wrong to live your life in a cage, and she tries to tie it into Samson. And at first, what I was thinking, she was trying to make Danny feel bad about Samson and make it, Danny realize about school. So, like, I was just like, wow, this is back to episode 1, Sam, where Danny's like being held up by the neck right here, and more focus on that. But I think what was happening is I think Sam did this to get Skulker's guard down, so that way Danny could like fight back and everything like that.
Right, I think that was the point because every time Skulker tries to like talk, she like interrupts him.
Yeah.
But I thought it was kind of funny how Skulker is like actually like trying to talk to Sam. Like he doesn't just brush her off. He's like confused and surprised by what she's saying.
So that was cool. And then
and like I mentioned before, the ghost portal was like blue. And like I said, it's just like usually when they change the lighting for like a ghost showing up, I like it. But here I wasn't a big fan of the blue.
Yeah, I wasn't either. It didn't look very good. So yeah, but Danny kicks him. And Tucker's standing there, and he runs off, and he ends up falling. His glasses fall off, and when Skulker falls to the floor, Tucker dropped his PDA. And what do you talk about this? This was a funny joke that
Oh yeah, I mentioned this. So when Skulker picks up Tucker's PDA, he's like, "Oh my god, it's so slick, so high tech," and I'm just like, "Yeah, this is definitely 2004."
Yep.
And it's like funny, like even in 2004, I don't think PDAs were like really high tech.
No, it was definitely more for the benefit of Danny Phantom than anything else. So
yeah, but I like how Tucker immediately stands up and he's like, "Hey, that's mine," and Tucker just like swats him.
Skulker, yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah, did I?
You said Tucker swats him. So.
Oh, sorry, I meant Skulker swats Tucker.
Yeah.
And then Skulker just like plugs his PDA into his arm.
Yeah, because I think
of course Skulker's made up. He's like a technology. Suit.
Because I think Skulker's like PDA or whatever he was using got smashed from the fight with the gorilla.
Oh yeah, it shows like Skulker. It's funny, Skulker's like all high tech, but then it cuts to like a PDA he has on his arm, and it's like held together with like tape, and like all of its like wires are popping out.
But yeah, Skulker now has the PDA, and they do a really good job of like making it seem like this is a big deal that now that he has this, like the light, like it's all lighty, like they the wires like connected, everything like that. There's really good music that plays when Skoko's hooking up the PDA to his suit and everything like that. It was really good.
Yeah, and then immediately the PDA makes him his jetpack pop out and he flies off.
Yep. Well,
because the PDA says like go to the library and pick up a book on gorillas.
Yeah, something like that. And
he's like, yeah, no, stop.
Because because before that happened, he had Danny like clearly in a position where like he could have like kidnapped him and stuff, but it was like right at the last second. Also,
I think it's cool how Skulker doesn't want to kill Danny; he wants to like capture him.
Yep, that changes though. But yeah, so obviously they're not sure what's going on, but they can't really think about that too much because then the interviewer lady comes up and wants to meet Danny, and Danny just immediately slams the door in their face, just because he just had this big fight and everything like that, and his room's a mess.
Well, they also see that Danny's room is trashed, and then Danny immediately like shuts him out of the door.
Yep.
And I like how he immediately says like, "Oh, Jazz is gonna kill me for that," and it cuts to Jazz on the other side of the door saying, "I'm gonna kill him for that."
And I think it's funny because the interviewer thinks that Danny's really like this intelligent person and everything like that. Like that's the qualities of a true genius right there. So
yeah, she's like, "Oh my god, he's messy. He's like, he's like got like weird stuff going on in his room. He's got to be a true genius."
But yeah,
and it's just only he were a woman.
But yeah, that was not the case. And this I think the reason they did this interview because they never really. This is the last we see of Danny's parents or anything like that. In this episode. Yes, yeah, not ever. That would be fun. Yeah. That's it. That no more Danny's parents. They're just gone now. They're not coming back. So, yeah. So, he froze on my end.
Enemy?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now you're frozen on my end.
Oh, I was making a joke about what happens to Danny when his parents go away in Ultimate Enemy.
Oh, yeah, I put Discord didn't like that joke because it froze right before you got to make that.
Yeah, it was a bit of an edgy joke. They die horribly.
Oh, yeah. But anyhow, so the next day, Danny, Sam, and actually no, the same day. I think this is the same day because
because Danny came back like early in the morning, and then now they're at school.
Yeah. So Danny, Sam, and Tucker.
They're hanging out in the bleachers. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Danny, Sam, and Tucker come in. They're looking for Skulker. And this is where Tucker has another PDA. We find out that he has a couple of these, and we should mention they do a really good running joke where every time Tucker loses a PDA, he apparently doesn't actually own the PDA. I guess he has like payments he has to make for it and stuff.
Yeah, and he's 14. How is he like doing that?
I don't know, yeah. So Tucker reveals he hasn't bothered him for a while, so Danny goes in. And Skulker pops up like after they walk away, and he's just like soon. So we know he has something planned here. And after class, Danny opens his locker, and then a big thing of chains pops out and locks Danny in chains. And Skulker, thinks he has Danny here, and then the same thing happens again, where the PDA dins, and Skulker has to go somewhere now. And he leaves, and this, everything that Skulker has disappears. Danny's all fine and everything like that.
Yeah, I think that's more convenience sake.
Right.
If he disappeared and Danny has to figure out how to get the chains off.
Yeah, that would be weird. But yeah, then
I'm saying it's more like convenience for the episode.
Yeah.
Which whatever.
But yeah, so then then it's the scene at the bleachers you were about to talk about.
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you for mentioning the hallway scene. I forgot. But yeah, they're just hanging out on the bleachers, eating lunch, and Sam Tucker are trying to tell Danny to eat and relax, and Danny's like, "I can't. I know Skulker could pop out any second." And then Tucker, I believe, opens a carton of milk.
Yeah.
And then a like blue orb pops out. And what's the blue orb do?
It like goes on his face and like traps Danny.
Right. It like grows like iron bars kind of, or like wraps around him like a spider.
Right.
And like grips his head. And then you want to talk about the rest?
Yeah. So Skulker pops up thinking he has Danny again, but then the PDA dins, and pretty much too, like, we should mention Skulker's not actually choosing to go where the PDA goes. I think his suit's connected to the PDA, so like it would take him to wherever like the.
Oh yeah, because every time he like the PDA like says that and he flies off, he's like screaming like no.
Yes.
Like he's being forced to. Right, and then at this point, Danny like realizes what is happening, and he asks Tucker like, "Hey, what does your schedule say next for me?" And then he mentions gym, and then Danny like smiles.
So they're at gym class.
I'm glad it didn't take Danny too long.
Right.
Like the first time they were like, honestly, it took them 3 times for them to figure it out, which is I'm kind of surprised that it took them that long.
Well, I don't know if you remember, this was like a big Butch Hartman thing that would happen. Like in Fairly Odd Parents, when Timmy's gonna make a wish. They'll do like 3 segments showing like why Timmy wants to make the wish. Then he'll make the wish, and then those 3 segments like after his wish has been made.
Oh, so like rule of 3, gotcha.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, he flew off in the basement, he flew off in the hallway, and then he flew off and out with the bleachers. I'm like, wow, it took you 3 times for you to figure it out.
But I kind of like, I feel like 3 times is kind of fair enough. The first time
it all happens pretty quick. Like the scenes are quick. It doesn't take too long.
Right.
Like if they dragged it out, it would have been annoying, but it all happens pretty quickly, so it's fine.
And the 4th time, I'll let you talk about the 4th time. Like, Danny already knows at this point, so, like, it kind of made sense. Like,
right, like, this is fine.
Yeah.
So, he's in the locker, him and Tucker are in the locker room after gym class. He's about to open his locker, and then he's like, hey, Dash, I'm too weak and scrawny to open this. Can you open it for me?
Yeah.
And then so Dash opens his locker, and immediately this, like, blue, like, the goo shooter comes out and, traps Dash in this like jello blob against the lockers, and Tucker and Danny are like hiding against the other set of lockers.
And I will mention his eyes are covered, so he thinks that Danny set this trap. Like he doesn't even know that this is like a ghost related thing. So
right, and I mentioned it was like a bubble because he like when he screams Fenton, it sounds like he's like underwater. It's like Fenton,
yeah,
And we mentioned in the first episode how we thought the joke about Dash peaking in high school was really funny.
So they make
Skulker, same joke happens where Skulker is like, according to my readings, this is just a regular human, destined for mediocrity after high school.
That's dark. Like, it's like...
Yeah, I know. I'm like, damn, that's a really fucking brutal joke.
I don't know what's more dark, with this one or the Paulina one, where they mentioned that she was going to be, like, a social outcast for, like, 16 weeks. Like, these are dark fucking high school jokes. It's like...
Yeah, I know, right? I still think the one in episode 1 where Dash is, like, self-aware that he's peaking in high school is really funny.
That's probably my favorite one, actually, so...
Yeah, but this one's similar joke where, like, people are acknowledging that Dash is like his life is gonna suck after high school.
I don't know if you remember too, like in the Dream episode, a big joke is like Dash is like the person they don't want to marry like after high school too. If you remember too, like
yeah, Dash is like everyone's nightmare. Yeah.
So it's hilarious. But yeah, so this is when they realize what's going on here. Well,
Danny's already realized it, but as Skulker's like questioning why he captured Dash instead of Danny. The PDA tells him to go to the zoo and he flies off. Then Tucker's like, why is he going there? And then Danny explains that when Skulker took Tucker's PDA and attached it to his suit, he became bound to Danny's schedule.
Yeah, so like it's actually benefited him and hurt him because that's why Skulker's able to like know where Danny's gonna go next. So that's why he's been able to like trap him. But it's also hurt him because now he has to go to all the places. And we should mention Tucker's backed up the PDA too. So like they both have the same thing on their schedules and the PDA and everything like that. So
right, so Tucker and Danny still have like the original schedule that Skulker's bound to.
Yeah.
And then Danny says, it's time for the hunter to become the hunted.
And then they show, they're back at the zoo. Skulker's waiting for Danny because again he went to the zoo because that's where Danny's schedule was going to take him, and he just sees Samson there, and he comes down. He's like yelling at Samson, calling him a stupid gorilla, and we find out that it's Sam and Tucker pretending to be Samson.
Also, Skulker mentions like Danny should have been there like an hour ago. And when he gets down there, we find out that like Skulker, Tucker and Sam like had like a fake Samson,
right? Yeah,
like blanket on them, because it's only like the back of the gorilla that they have.
Yeah.
Because when they turn around, it's like them holding a blanket. I guess they were like in that cage for an hour, pretending to be Samson.
I guess so. Yeah.
Like my arms would have been hurting after 20 minutes.
Again, the people at the zoo must really suck. They've been in there for an hour and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, and also like they kicked down that metal door earlier, so like Sam and Tucker just have like super strength.
Well, don't forget it's easy to get into the gorilla cage. There's a Samson that says open and close. They can just hit that, and then they're in there.
True, yeah. So, but a Skulker surprise, and then Danny pops out, and they begin to fight.
Well, first, Danny, because Tucker, I think, because the PDAs are connected, Tucker sends a thing on Skulker's PDA that he basically updates Danny's schedule. And he has Skulker basically do push-ups so that way he's in a position where Danny can like ambush him because his suit's like forcing him to do push-ups.
Right, and Danny says to like stop messing around, and then Tucker's like, "Oh, don't worry, as long as I have this PDA, we can make him do whatever I want."
Yeah.
And then Skulker immediately just like blasts the PDA out of his hands. Again, like you said before, like pretty standard Butch Hartman joke. I say one thing, immediately the opposite happens.
I thought this one kind of worked out though.
Yeah, well, I like what Danny says after, where he's like, "Tucker, you're fired."
Yeah.
I thought that because obviously he said at the beginning of the episode, Tucker was on a trial period.
I can't really blame Danny for firing him there. That made sense.
Yeah.
But then, so now
By the way, I know Tucker has been like the cause of problems throughout this episode, but like it's been funny. It hasn't been annoying.
Right.
Sometimes, like in episode 1, Sam and Tucker were really annoying.
Right.
But in this episode, it was like fine.
I feel like too he's the cause of the problems, but most of them are, like where Skulker like gets this PDA connected, like that was Tucker's fault, but like it wasn't completely his fault.
Yeah, like it was kind of like there's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah, but everything else.
And it ended up being a good thing in the end.
Right. And I'll say the thing here, like I feel like too he was gloaty, but it's kind of human because you can't really blame him for being gloaty because who would have thought that like he was gonna get his PDA smashed again type of thing. I think he thought he had.
Yeah.
And
I like how he's like upset. He's like, "Oh no, not again."
Yeah, but
poor Tucker, he lost 2 PDAs in like the span of a couple hours.
Pretty much, yeah. And he only had 2 of them, by the way, too. So it's like it was
The next episode he has another one, so it's all good.
Yeah. So Danny and Skulker are at like a stalemate. This is where Skulker reveals that he's gonna kill Danny, pretty much. I guess, because technically Danny's half dead. So, but
yeah,
I just changed your perception on Danny right there. Because technically, if you think about it, if he's half ghost, that means he's half dead. So,
yeah, true.
But
they are kind of vague with how that works.
Yeah. Well, we gotta get Butch Hartman tried to say that ghosts were never humans before, so you haven't really.
Yeah, which is dumb.
Yeah. But, Danny, and Skulk are at a stalemate. Danny starts doing gorilla-like poses and things like that, which basically.
Well, he starts like banging his chest and like doing shit with like his hand, and then when Skulker asks what he's doing, he starts scratching his ass, and he's like calling a friend. Yeah,
and he basically learned Samson's language. Even though this is kind of weird, though. Like, you don't even... Clearly, Samson was up in a tree or something somewhere, but, like, it's not like...
Yeah, Samson chilling in the cage somewhere.
But it's like...
Well, this was happening.
But it's also really... But it's also really...
Sorry,
it's also really weird, though, because how can that be its language? Like, what if he wasn't looking at him or anything like that? Like, what if he's just...
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
But I do like the joke how, like, Sam is like, how'd you learn how to communicate with him? Danny's like, are you kidding? All he does is this.
Yeah. So Danny just added extra stuff to it, which was funny. But yeah, basically Samson off screen for the most part. It's not completely off screen. Like they do like picture versions of it where like you see them kicking each other's ass and it's like, you know, still images, I guess is the best thing to call it.
Yeah, like it cuts back to it'll show Danny, Sam, and Tucker, like they'll be like excited and then they'll be like, oh, like they're like covering their eyes because how brutal Samson is.
And then basically Samson tore up Skulker's machine, and Tucker's wondering like why the hell did a ghost need a high-tech battle suits? Why don't you answer the question, AJ?
I kind of wondered how Tucker knew it was a battle suit because I mean I was a kid when I first saw this, but I thought that was like just Skulker.
Right.
Like I thought he was a ghost who was like a robot.
That would have been cool.
So I thought it was kind of weird how Tucker like knew it was a battle suit.
But yeah.
But anyway, it cuts. We see Skulker's like head fly in because Samson ripped him apart, and then they pull him out, and it's Skulker is like this like small like bug-sized ghost.
Right.
He's not intimidating at all. He's like screaming like, "I am Skulker, the greatest hunter in the ghost zone," and he's like, you know, very squeaky voice, like not intimidating.
Right. And then they suck him in the Fenton thermos. I actually like that Skulker didn't scream. Like typically they scream when they go into the Fenton thermos, but I'm gonna guess because Skulker's like a small ghost. I think too what it is like they're screaming because like, you know, the thermos isn't that big, so like they're being like sucked into like a small area. So that's why Skulker, I don't think he didn't scream. He's like the size of he's like smaller than the thermos anyways, so that's why I think he didn't scream.
Yeah. Also, I like that shot we see of like him getting sucked in. Like normally we see like the outside of like the blast, like sucking them in. I like how we saw like inside of the like tunnel.
Yeah, that was cool.
And I like how Skulker's screaming like, "You haven't seen the last of me. Like I'll be back and I'll capture you."
Which, you know, ended up being more.
He comes back, which I'm happy about.
And then
it's like Lunch Lady doesn't really show up again, except for like as a background character.
The dragon, same thing.
Yeah, like the dragon comes back like in one episode, but not really a recurring villain.
Right.
Skulker's like the first recurring villain that we get, and I'm happy. Yeah, they set it up that he'll be back.
And then Danny turns human, and then he realizes, he's all happy. He's proud of what happened. Basically, though, he still doesn't have enough of like information for his extra credits, so he's still gonna get a D. But Danny's pretty satisfied with it. But then, he looks over at Samson. And then he realizes something.
What's funny, Samson like Danny like bends down to pick something up, and then like Samson like starts hovering over Danny, and then Danny like looks over and he's like, "Oh my god!"
Yep. So and
then it gets to the magazine cover. So I like how the B plot tied into the A plot.
Yep.
It's women's magazine. It's Danny and Maddie on the cover with Samson, and it reveals Samson's a girl.
Yep. And I think they changed Samson's name. I think it's Delilah now. So, Dan, and
I like how Mr. Lancer is like surprised, like, wait, hold on, all those people working at the zoo, and they never figured out that Samson was a girl.
I like how Danny tried to give a reason for it. I guess they were respecting her privacy. I think it's just because the workers suck. That's probably why it was.
It's funny. Mr. Lancer's like, all those people working at the zoo, and I'm like, what all people? There's like no one working there.
Yeah, I don't know. But this is actually a pretty big reveal that's found out because obviously this changes like what can happen now. Like now,
now they're gonna have the two gorillas mate and they'll make kids,
right?
And then they'll be extinct because then they won't. Then the kids won't have anyone to mate with.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, because obviously like the bloodline would be too close together. Like you can't,
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, like we find out later that like cloning is a thing in Danny Phantom.
Yeah, so that's the thing. But yeah,
I mean, maybe the clones of the gorillas. I don't know.
Danny actually just made this like big reveal that like could have changed. Like he basically, even though the creature still would be extinct, but in danger, but he basically just found a way to make another gorilla be possible, and all he gets is a C. Like what? Like.
Yeah, and I like how Danny even mentions like I almost got torn apart by a gorilla. Like he almost says ghost and then he says gorilla.
Yeah.
And all I get is a C. And then Mr. Lance is a real piece of shit. He's just like, yeah, well next time, just do the assignment right the first time or something like that.
Right. It's like what?
And it's kind of weird. I think later episodes do a good job showing Mr. Lancer like isn't really a bad guy. Like he's pretty fair.
Right. By the way, at this point, you still don't even know like what his job at the school is, because yeah, it's clearly he's a teacher, but they don't even really explain what teacher he is. Because here he is a biology teacher. One episode he's an English teacher. I know you're gonna say in high school they teach multiple subjects, and you could say that's the case, but that's clearly not what was going on here. They didn't even know what his job was yet, really. I think.
Right. Yeah. In the first episode, he was the principal. Then he was a biology teacher and an English teacher, and who knows?
Yeah. So.
But I'm saying, I thought Mr. Lancer was kind of a dick in this episode, but like later episodes, like the video game one
Right.
and Ultimate Enemy show, like he's pretty fair. So I don't know. I kind of like those episodes' characterization of Mr. Lancer more. I mean, obviously, here was more of a joke, but still.
Yeah, I think they do a better job of definitely making him like a better character and everything like that.
Yeah,
and then
but anyway, Danny's pretty pissed off that he did all that work just to get a C. And then the box ghost shows up in the classroom, and Danny's like, "Hello, pent up anger." Like, he's clearly just saying that he's gonna beat the shit out of box ghost to let out his aggression.
And that's what he does, and that's how the episode
and then,
ends.
I like how Tucker says like, "You got 5 minutes," and then Danny's like, "Which is 4 more than I need."
So yeah, good I thought this episode was awesome.
I think we gave the last one like a B minus. I give this one a B plus.
Yeah, this is great stuff. It introduces a, recurring villain. The plot's very good, and I liked how they kind of used like Danny's like real world stuff to beat Skulker pretty much. So
Yeah, true. I like the plot with the report, the gorilla. Skulker's a fun villain. Like I said, it kind of sucks that he got beaten up so easily by the gorilla.
right.
But when he was beating Danny at Fenton Works, he was a very intimidating villain. I think it's cool how like he's an enemy to other ghosts as well. Like he hunts other ghosts.
Yeah,
Very
I like that.
I thought the B plot with Jazz and the the women's magazine was fun. It didn't overstay its welcome as well, which I like.
Right, and I like this was like the first, even though he did it in the first episode, but this is the first time where Danny has a ghost fight with like his parents around and everything like that. So there was the first time there was that danger kind of going on and everything like that.
Yeah, like getting caught. I agree.
And that doesn't
so,
overstay its welcome either. So I think that's good.
Like you said, first episode where like Sam and Tucker are like the sidekicks helping him out. They were very fun in this episode. I liked them. So yeah, overall, very good episode.
All right, now we have episode Attack of the Killer Garage Sale. Yeah, we spent a long time talking about this episode. So
Yeah, I mean like an hour. That's fine.
yeah, that's fine. But yeah, let's talk about this. This episode came out on April 19th, 2004. It was in 2006, but it's 2004. And the same people wrote it, created it, did all that stuff.
While you're talking about that, I got my dog out, so keep talking.
So the episode opens up. It's at Fenton Works. Jazz is trying to tutor Dash. She has like a theory that she's gonna try to tutor on the untutorable, but Dash is just hitting on her pretty much. And Danny.
Also, this kind of carries over from last episode. How all the Fentons are geniuses, so it's also showing that like, well, it was implied before, but like Jazz is also like really smart.
Right. And then Danny walks in. He notices Dash is there, and his ghost powers mess up. His hand inadvertently phases through the table, and he knocks his drink over, and like all the stuff goes on to Dash. You kind of can't really blame Dash for being bad because he just knocked a bunch of stuff onto him by accident, so you really can't blame him.
Yeah, but he was being an asshole to him even before that happened. Like as soon as like Dash is like trying to hit on Jazz. And as soon as Danny walks into the room, he's like pissed off.
Yeah. So Danny just
like,
says,
Dash, I like really trying to get with this guy's sister while being a piece of shit to him in front of his sister.
So then Danny goes downstairs to the lab, and during this, Dash invites Jazz to a big party that he has coming up, and basically Jazz says that she'll go under one condition, which we'll get to later. But overall, this scene was fairly solid. It sets up kind of the plot of the episode. So that was good. They never really go back to Dash having a thing for Jazz ever again. This was I'm glad they didn't stick to it because that would have been kind of weird.
Yeah, so. I also like how Jazz is like a really good sister to Danny in this episode.
Yeah,
Well, actually, they do have a throwaway line. Like I think you mentioned earlier how in the Nightmare episode, Danny got Jazz to wake up by having her be married to Dash in the dream.
Right. So, but they never go back to it actually, like really ever again. I think that was more.
Yeah, that was just like a throwaway thing. Yeah.
So then downstairs, Jack shows Danny an invention. It's basically an it is an ecto vacuum. It sucks up ghosts and it sucks right back into the ghost zone pretty much, which is pretty cool. And he tests it out, and he sucks up everything in the lab, and he inadvertently sucks up the Fenton thermos. And he's trying to get it out of there, but he can't. So he's like, well, I better get the Fenton larger. And he leaves. I'm going to mention this because it's probably the biggest continuity error that's ever happened. Let's just say he doesn't leave through the only exit of the room. He leaves. It's implied that he's like in a different part of the lab, but then it's clear that he leaves the room. But there's a reason I'm mentioning that. But yeah, Danny's just like, wait, can you just throw it into reverse? And he throws it into reverse, and he inadvertently opens the ghost portal.
Yeah, which I thought was pretty funny and a good way to start the episode. I like when I think I mentioned before, Danny Phantom was a really funny show,
right?
And I thought, like a very normal situation of just like trying to get this thing out of the vacuum, and it blows it onto the other side of the room and hits the ghost portal. I thought it was funny.
I mean, it's pretty normal too. Like how many times accidentally when you're vacuuming something, you've accidentally like vacuumed up something.
That's what I'm saying. It's a very mundane situation that just like causes the whole episode to happen.
Right. So yeah, we meet Technus for the first time, and we find out Technus is like a scientist, but he's like he can control technology and everything like that. I like the way he introduces himself. Basically, this becomes his whole character where he just consistently talks about himself and reveals his plans, which I like. I don't know if I like it though, because it's like I like it but don't like it at the same time. I like it because it's a good character trait for him, but also the Box Ghost does this, so it's like I don't know if I like the fact that we have two. We just met two villains, I guess, but Technus is a bigger villain, so I don't know. It's really weird. But I think I made a guess. I think we always made guesses about like if ghosts were humans before and everything like that. Like how did they die? I think I guessed that Technus probably died. He was probably a mad scientist who probably died in a big explosion. I think that still probably holds very true, probably.
Also, sorry, real quick, to make a Ben 10 comparison, in the next reviews we're going to do, we're introduced to Dr. Animo, who is very similar to Technus. Technus does the Box Ghost thing, where he's like, I am Technus, master of technology. And of course, like he uses like spare parts and stuff to build his inventions.
Right.
And Ben 10, the next episode, we're introduced to Dr. Animo, who, like Technus, is one of the most recurring villains in the show.
So that's cool.
And he's even got green skin like Technus. And, all very similar, where he's like, I am the genius Dr. Animo. And, he uses like spare parts to make his inventions and stuff. Just again, a cool similarity between the shows since they both came out around the same time.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Danny inadvertently basically says, "Oh no, you're not going to use this lab to take over the world." And this is a joke they do a couple times where Danny basically just accidentally gave the villain like basically the plot
idea.
The idea.
Yeah, like Danny's like, you won't use his invention to take over the world, and then Technus was like, wow, that's a great idea, thanks. Technus is a nice guy. I'm glad he thanks Danny for that.
So Danny goes to fight him, and Technus forms a scepter and attacks Danny with it. And Danny uses the ecto vacuum to vacuum up Technus, but I think he went through it with too much power. A bunch of the stuff in the lab, gets vacuumed in there, and because I think there's so much stuff in the ecto vacuum, it just explodes, and it causes this green goop to go all around. And
like it hits all the equipment around the lab. Also, by the way, real quick, for this episode, I remember this was the episode where we meet Technus for the first time, because he's a big recurring villain. And I was surprised that he's not in this episode that much. He's in the beginning.
Right.
Danny beat him pretty easily. And then he shows up at the very end.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it personally, though, just because, like...
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
You know, I like that. He's like, he get like, obviously, so his goo is like scattered onto all the equipment. So he like ends up the pieces of him end up possessing all the equipment.
Right. So like,
and then when they all rejoin, he comes back.
Yeah. So that's probably yeah. So like, was this? Did he? So he? I assume like because like he got sucked in, because the vacuum exploded. Like you said, it's just pieces of him. So like, it's not even the whole him really and all that type of stuff. That's pretty cool.
But yeah, because he doesn't like talk until all the equipment is like back together.
Yeah. So that's cool. But yeah.
And by the way, I like how Danny like totally thinks he just killed Technus, and he's like he cracks a joke about it.
Yeah, that was cool. And then
like Danny totally thinks he like as far as Danny knows, he just killed Technus, and he's fine with it.
Well, how does that work if he's a ghost? I don't even know how like you can't die.
Well, I mean, he exploded, and his pieces are everywhere.
Yeah.
And Danny's like, okay, I guess I just fucking killed a ghost. Cool.
So then Jack is yelling to Danny from upstairs, like, hey, I'm coming back. The lab better be the way I left it. It's all trash. So Danny just books it because, he realizes he's going to get in trouble. And then
But I like how when Jack comes down, he, like, looks around and sees everything covered in, like, ectoplasm. And he's like, yep, looks the same.
like, did he not notice? Or did he want it that way? Like, I don't know.
Right.
But this is where I mentioned the continuity error right here. Jack didn't go that way to leave the lab, though. Like, he walked away from the stairs, actually. But then when he comes downstairs, he leaves through the exit. But there's no way to get out of the lab if you don't go through the way Jack did.
Oh,
like,
I never noticed that. Okay, that's a good eye.
Yeah, but so, like, how did he get out of there then? Did he... I don't understand. Like, he's not a ghost, so it's like, how did he...
You never know. Yeah, he could have been half ghost the whole time, too, and he never said anything.
Right, but it's like... What a major continuity error that was. There's only one exit to get out of this lab. He didn't take that exit to leave, and then...
That is weird.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, earlier with Dash, I forgot about this. Or maybe it was last episode, I don't remember. But we never, like, see the hallway that leads from, like, the basement to the kitchen. Except we saw a shot of it, like, this episode when Danny leaves the kitchen.
Right.
We see, like, the hallway. And it's just interesting because we never, like, see it,
Yeah. So yeah, then, but this is how the episode gets its name, pretty much, is the Attack of the Killer Garage. We didn't even say the name. I think we did say the name of it, but we want to make sure that we did just in case. So then,
yeah.
They do the intro. It's awesome. Awesome intro. Love it. And then it cuts to the first appearance of the Nasty Burger. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, they're just hanging out at it. Like I've mentioned like 5 times already, it's cool how like they're not just hanging out at one spot at every episode. I like how they're moving around.
Yeah, I think season 3 changes that, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It feels like later episodes, like it's always the Nasty Burger.
Yeah.
But like for now at least, like it's being like they're moving around town a lot.
So then, Danny's hit it on Paulina, and Sam wants to do something over the weekend, so she wants to go to like this amusement park, and Tucker's just like, yeah, tickets are really expensive to get in, and you can definitely tell it's 2004 because I think it says it's like $40 or something to get in. That would not be $40 nowadays with inflation and all that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then Sam offers to load on the
$40 is like half off nowadays.
It might have been 80 actually. I forget exactly, but I don't think.
Okay, I was gonna say get into like SeaWorld, it's like $90, and my dad has the veterans discount.
Yeah. So then, Sam offers to loan him the cash, and he's like, "Nope, because then I gotta repay it. I won't be able to." But that I do mention that because that ties into the big thing we find out about Sam in the episode. So
yeah,
Danny's hitting on Paulina, and I actually like this joke here. Danny mentions that he's perfect. This is the first time we find out that Paulina's perfectly flawless, which we find out later isn't the case. They try to make it seem like she's this goddess and everything like that, but when she's ordering like a burger at Nasty Burger, all she does is just make it like a mite less meaty and all that type of stuff, so she doesn't really do anything to like change the burger really around and all that.
Right. So the point is like she's dumb. Like she doesn't understand the menu, and then the cashier is just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, so So yeah, I think the Nasty Burger, right? That's meant to be like I know it's meant to be a tie under the fast food, but I think that's meant to probably be McDonald's, I would assume, and Danny Phantom, I would guess. That McDonald's,
Also,
Wendy's, one of those two.
Yeah. Also, it's showing that Pauline is going to be a recurring character.
Yeah, because
she could have just been like a one-off from the Dragon episode, but no, they bring her back as like, Danny's the popular girl who everyone has a crush on.
Right. So then everybody's getting invited to Dash's party, and this is kind of the first time, like, I know we've been mentioned, but this is the first time, like, they really talk about the fact that Tucker, Danny, and Sam are kind of like the outcast of school, pretty much.
Well, I think parental bonding made it pretty clear that Danny's kind of like an outcast and like not popular.
So
yeah, I guess you're right that like the trio of them are unpopular.
So another good joke right here, though. They mentioned, though, that they're just going to have to basically deal with this in high school, but it's going to be fine because we're going to be basically, like, successful and everything. It's like, whoa, what the heck is going on?
And just, like, this won't matter in 5 years anyway, so who cares?
What the hell's going on here? So it's, like, basically, like...
this show takes a lot of jabs at high school and how just, like, it does not matter. It's like, again, we're in a weird spot for this because we watched this as kids before high school, and now we're watching it as adults after high school.
And they end up being...
So we're just in that weird spot where they're like, huh, yeah.
I really wish we reviewed this show like your senior year of high school. Imagine what you would have felt about it then. Like,
oh, yeah. And by the way, yeah, absolutely true. I talked to maybe like 2 or 3 people from high school. I don't think either of us were like really popular. None of us got like bullied, but like, we were just like doing our own thing.
Well, actually, there is a story about that I won't tell you on the air. Because apparently there was a case where I was bullied. Let's just say your sister stuck up for me.
Oh yeah, no, I heard that story. Yeah. Someone was like talking shit about you, and my sister beat the shit out of them at a party.
Right.
I did have an attempted bully in 8th grade because like I just got to a new school, and some guy was giving me shit, and then I bitch slapped him and left, and then he never. Well, he tried to mess with me a few times, and I just told him like, all right, anytime, any place.
I feel like you had the up over me. Because you're bigger than I am, so I like...
Oh, yeah.
But anyhow.
But yeah, I'm just saying, in high school, typically, just, like, prove you're not going to deal with shit, and then that usually helps.
Right. So then, anyhow, Danny gets invited to the party, though, and we find out the reason for this is because this was the only way that Jazz was going to go to the party, so Danny had to be invited, which was actually a good thing that Jazz did for Danny, pretty much.
And Jazz reveals later on, like, she was never planning to go to the party anyway.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's a great thing that Jazz did, because Danny basically was...
Well, no, I think that's a good thing. So it proved... So, like, she did this just for Danny, She did this to get Danny invited to a party and, like, have him make friends.
Right. It just...
Didn't work out in the end.
That's true.
But I'm saying, like, I thought it was cool that, like, Jazz, like, doesn't give a shit about Dash or any of them. But, like, she agreed to go just to get Danny an invite.
Right. I guess that is kind of a cool thing in hindsight.
Yeah.
And
I also like it because, like, whenever Danny talks about Jazz, he, like, talks shit about her.
Right.
So, but I like how, like, this and, like, future episodes show, like, Jazz is, like, a really good sister and, like, looks out for him.
So then, and this actually kind of ties in. This ends up actually, Jazz actually being concerned for Danny is what leads her to kind of finding out, like, about Danny becoming half ghost, pretty much.
Right.
So.
But I think Dash is pretty funny in this. He's like, show up, don't be late, don't screw anything up. Like, he's just basically telling, like, Danny, like, to come to the party, but just, like, stand there and not do anything.
Yeah. Which is kind of, sort of, well, I think, that's probably what would have happened had the technician not been there. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. But anyway, he also tells Danny, like, there's a dress code.
Yep.
Also, like, it's pretty clear from what he's doing here that, Jazz made him be invited, but, like, he was already planning to, like, fuck with him when he got there.
That's actually, I didn't even think of that when you... So, do you think there really was a dress code, or do you think he had Danny, like, dressed like that, so that way,
Well, yeah, I think that was the point. Like, there wasn't a dress code.
But, okay.
Well, like once Danny, he had to invite Danny, he was gonna just, like, mess with him.
Yeah, that's kind of shitty.
Or actually, but wait, he says later on that the dress code changed, like, last minute.
Yeah, and it wasn't a part of his part.
Oh, maybe there was a dress code, but then when Danny was invited, he changed it to mess with him.
No, but he meant we'll get to that when we get to that part of the episode. But yeah, but he mentioned there's a dress code and you have to wear this, and obviously Danny doesn't have the clothes for it, so he has to get the money. We should mention though, there's a thing that they kind of do throughout the episode. We'll just mention it now. I don't know if I love that they do the storyline. It kind of makes sense. Where basically, Danny is basically ignoring Tucker and Sam pretty much because he's so popular that he's just so happy about it and everything like that.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't think Danny's like overly a jerk about it. Like the one really shitty thing he does later in the episode is when he makes him clean up the garage sale for him.
Right.
But like besides that, like he's not really like being an asshole about it.
I don't really think he's like he does ignore them on occasions, but it's not like he's completely like ignoring them. Like,
yeah, he's not completely blowing them off. Yeah.
So I don't really think the episode really did. I think the reason they probably didn't have it happen that way either. Time crunch, they had to fit in the garage sale stuff, so I don't really think they played up to it.
Also, I'm glad about it. I'm glad Danny wasn't like out of character for this, like being overly a jerk.
But then like, later on in the episode, they end up being like mad at him for it. So like, I don't know why they're mad.
Yeah. I don't know why they're. Yeah, I don't think it gives them enough reason to be mad. But also, they're not really mad for that long.
Right, but
like they're mad for a bit, where like Danny's getting beat up and they're like kind of ignoring him. But as soon as he apologizes, they're like, okay, so how can we help?
But I don't know if they really gave enough reason for them to be like it does seem like it's random.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not really enough reason for them to be mad, but like, it doesn't last very long anyway.
Right. But yeah, so, Danny has to buy, he has to come up with money to get the sweats, pretty much. So this is kind of where the episode ties in. Where they mentioned, that that Danny's family is a big inventors and everything like that. So Danny tries to get money for them, but they want him to earn it, which I really like that quality about Jack and Maddie. That they don't, they don't spoil the kids or anything like that, which is a good quality to have.
Yeah, but also, like, I mean, like, come on, it like if you got a lot of money, then like, just have them pay it back later.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you can't. When you're in a rich family, I think it's good for them to learn a value of a dollar. Because if you keep giving them money, they're just gonna like expect it all the time and everything like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I agree. Yeah.
But they actually do this cool invention where like they try to make hot dogs, and this is a cool comedy bit. When they make the hot dogs themselves are alive, but they're like infected by ghosts and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, again, I feel like this is why I mentioned earlier, like, some ghosts were real people and other ghosts aren't.
Right.
Like, I seriously doubt these hot dogs were people before.
Yeah. I mean, they could have
been... Or
been...
maybe it's the ghosts of the pigs from the hot dogs are made of. I don't know.
Right. And this
also, later in the episode, we find out these hot dogs are friendly, because Jack makes an armor out of them.
That's really cool, actually, though. And then...
Well, it's not even armor. They just, like, wrap around it, but I thought it was funny.
We basically find out that Jack is a hoarder / a pack rat because all that stuff in the garage is just junk pretty much, and he doesn't want to throw it away. And when Danny and him go to bring the stuff to the shed later, it's just filled with stuff. So he's basically a hoarder / a pack rat.
Also, because I mentioned earlier that like we see a lot of Fenton works, like we see pretty much every room in the house. I don't think we ever like see the shed out from the outside. Or like we ever go to the shed again?
Yeah, I wish they could have gone to the shed again, like for like an episode.
I didn't even know they had like a backyard to have a shed in.
I know, right?
It's like whenever you see Fenton works from the outside, it doesn't look like they have a backyard or anything.
I'm trying to think if it would even make sense because sometimes I think if you watch the show Full House, they mentioned there's an attic in the house, but if you look at the outside of the house, it doesn't even make sense that it have an attic. I wonder if that's the case with Danny, where like, because you see a lot of the back frame of Danny. I wonder if it even makes sense for them to have much of a backyard or a shed. Maybe that's why they took it out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we never really see Fenton works from like the back. We only see it from the front. But like, just looking at like the other houses around it, I'm like, I don't think it does have a backyard.
Yeah, so maybe that's why they just decided, hey, we're not gonna have a backyard anymore. But Danny basically comes up with the idea that he's going to sell this stuff to make money. And obviously, Danny's just desperate at this point, and he realizes that he's being sneaky here. I wonder what Danny would have done had the stuff not been, like, ghost thing. Like, So I actually kind of like that. I like that like Danny does this, and it ends up not working out for like different reasons, but he's doing it to be like teenager. Like he gives away the necklace, and he ends up having to get it
Like
back.
Danny's being irresponsible about like selling his parents' stuff without asking, but like he's not overly a jerk about it. Like he's like he's selling stuff that his parents don't use anymore.
Right. But I think it's funny though that you know, I wonder what Danny would have done had the stuff not been ghost powered and all that type of stuff. So, but yeah, Danny's doing really well selling this stuff. The main things I think he sells a razor to Lancer so we can shave his back, and then he sells Dash. We find out Dash, got so overloaded with schoolwork that his computer pretty much is crap. So Danny basically gives him a version of Porto.
I relate to that.
Yeah, I think I do too, actually. So Danny gives him a version of Porto XL and like an upgrade disc. So 2004 when you see this computer later on, but we'll get to that. And actually,
by the way, real quick, I like the lighting for this because it's like it's like sunset.
Yeah, really.
When the garage sale is happening, so I just think I like the lighting. It looks cool.
I also like.
Tucker makes a pretty funny joke when Mr. Lancer buys the razor, where he's like, "You don't got really much to shave," and then Mr. Lancer says, "Very funny joke, Mr. Foley. I'll remember that when I'm grading tests on Monday."
Yeah. So Tucker. I think we know what Tucker did that on that test that day. So.
Yeah. So, like I said, Danny Phantom, very funny show. So I like the humor in it.
I also like. Danny actually is giving people like good deals on this garage show. He's not just like looking to get the money. Like he's not overcharging anybody or anything like that.
Well, I think he just like wants to get the money he needs and then leave. Because he's like, I only need $20 more. And then when Dash shows up, he like gives him the disc and he's like, $20 for it. So I think he just wanted to like get the money he needed for the clothes.
But he's not overcharging anybody either. Like remember when like in SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs he'll like give outrageous prices for like his.
Oh right. Yeah, no, I agree.
So yeah, this is kind of the first time really that Danny is a jerk to Tucker and Sam because he basically forced them to be the cleanup crew and everything like that. Because Danny's also.
What's up?
Because Danny also is trying to rush to get to the mall so that way he can get this thing. So I think he was being a jerk, but he's like, yeah. I've wondered too if there was that worry that because his parents just happened to be out that day. I don't know where they were, but.
Yeah, so he wanted to get the garage sale closed before they got back, and he also wanted to get to the mall before it closed.
Right.
Because Dash mentions the parties tonight, so Danny's got to hurry. Also, I thought the joke was funny when Danny runs off. Sam's upset that Danny ditched them to clean up, and then when she turns around, Tucker's like running down the street and leaving Sam to clean it up all by herself.
That's hilarious. Yeah. This is also when Sam invites Danny and Tucker to spend time at her house, and this is where we find out that they've never been to Sam's house before. So,
which I thought kind of weird because they've been friends for a while.
Yeah.
Like I think Sam mentions like they met in like middle school, so they've known each other for like a couple of years.
Yeah.
High school fresh now, right? So they've been friends for like probably like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. So that is odd. But we'll just talk about everything that happens at Sam's house like this bit all together. But Tucker goes to Sam's house, and Sam's house looks pretty normal actually. Like it's just a normal old house that you'd think of. But
yeah, like Danny's is like twice as big.
So when Tucker goes in there, Sam's ordering pizza. And I think this is where we find out that Sam's vegetarian because she orders a veggie pizza, but not vegan or anything like that. But again, it's also 2004. I don't think vegan options were very big around this time, so it's like.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that because I remember last time we were like talking about it off camera, where I'm like, wait, is Sam vegan or vegetarian? Because she ordered a pizza.
Right.
And like vegans don't eat dairy because it's animal product.
Yep. But you also have to.
Yeah, you're right. She's a vegetarian, not a vegan.
But you also have to remember too. I think. This is 2004. Vegan options aren't really much of a thing. Like, there's vegan stuff out there, but they're more prevalent.
Yeah, it's much more, like, not mainstream, but, like, it's easier to get, like, products.
Yes. And Sam inadvertently tips the guy a $10 thinking it's a 1. And you're probably wondering, why am I mentioning all this stuff about Sam? It doesn't seem like it ties into anything. Well, it does, because they go downstairs, and their downstairs is, you know, it's a big movie theater pretty much. Where like
Also, I like that we see like movie posters for actual movies. We see Jaws and Citizen Kane.
and Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that one.
It's very quick, that's why. But I've watched, but it's really cool. I didn't really catch that until I watched the episode, like nowadays. And stuff.
Also, the pizza guy getting there like 5 seconds after Sam calls him ties in later.
Yep. But yeah, we basically find out that Sam's family is Filthy Witch. We find out that her great grandfather was like an inventor. I'm gonna guess, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because we see Sam's grandmother later on. It's probably like her father. That's probably was the inventor, if I had to guess.
Yeah, probably.
Either that or stepfather-in-law or whatever. So.
Yeah. Also, you know, I feel like in a different show, they would have a whole episode about like Danny and Tucker like treating her differently because she's rich. Like Tucker and Danny, Tucker in this episode is like asking her a lot of questions, but like he's not treating her differently, which I like.
Right. I think just because he's mind blown because they didn't know this, because we were seeing this not knowing that she was even Filthy Witch. So like I think Tucker was in a way trying to act like the audience was acting like whoa, because it's like Sam doesn't act like someone that's Filthy Witch. She's very goth and everything like that. It doesn't. This is why I think this is the episode where I think like Sam's character ends up like really working out. The fact that we find out because you don't meet her parents at all, but when you see her parents later on, it's a really cool fact they threw in there about Sam and everything like that.
Yes, I agree. So, I'm just saying a good characterization from all three of them in these last 3 episodes.
Right.
Like, remember I said episode 1, Sam and Tucker were really unlikable, but these last 3 episodes, they're doing a really good job fleshing out Tucker and Sam and making them all seem like friends, you know?
And I like this too because Tucker even mentions like, why don't you flash some of this cash around and you could be popular? And Sam just says, like, I don't need popularity. So I think the fact they added this character trait to Sam really made Sam work out as a character and everything like that.
Right, and it ties into what happens with Danny later, because when he goes to the party, he's miserable, and he's like, who am I kidding? None of these people are my friends.
Right.
But, you know, I felt that whenever I go to a party with people I don't know, it's boring as shit, because I don't know anyone, and it's like, this isn't even fun.
Yeah. So, yeah, then, we kind of talked about the scene earlier already where, like, Jazz mentioned she's not going to the party. But the big thing that comes out of that is that Jack finds out that he thinks someone just stole the shed, but he basically finds out all his stuff's gone. So I actually like the way he's reacting. It's like exactly how a pack rat / hoarder would react, so that was good.
What if all my stuff was stolen and, like, missing? I'd be freaking out, too.
And then, back at Danny arrives at Dash's. And
before that, so yeah, Danny leaves, quickly before his dad can figure out he sold it. Like we mentioned, Jazz mentioned that she's not going to the party.
Right.
Which also ties into the Sam and Danny stuff, where Danny's worried about being popular, but Jazz is like Sam, where she doesn't really give a shit about being popular.
Yep.
And then that funny joke where Jack opens the fridge and all the hot dogs wrap around him as like armor.
That was cool.
Yeah, because Jack is like worried, like, oh my god, someone stole the stuff. I gotta be on guard.
Yeah. And then before that, I actually did forget something. So Dash is out on his computer, typing around and everything like that. I think just testing it out because he just put the stuff in that Danny gave him. And then it's time for him to get ready for the party. And when he leaves, I think he just goes to take a shower. We see that Technus. Oh, we forgot to mention a big thing, actually, that happens even before this, actually.
I was going to say the scooter thing.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Why don't you talk about it? So.
Yeah, sure. So this is after Danny left the garage sale and before he, got dressed for the party. Danny was leaving the mall with the new clothes on his scooter, riding down the road. And like I said, really cool. We get to see a lot of Amity Park. Later on, we see, them fighting in the alleyways.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, I really like Amity Park. It's a really cool setting. But Mr. Lancer, when he was shaving his back, there was a funny joke where he took his shirt off, and he's just like Bigfoot, like Harry.
Right.
And the razor is start glowing green and possessed and wit flying around, and it shaved the number symbol into him.
Yeah.
So he he does English quotes. He gave Danny a biology test, and then the Razor like put like a number symbol onto him, like he was a math teacher.
I mean, that's
So what the fuck does he teach?
maybe everything.
You know what? I think he's the only teacher at this school. He's like the only teacher we ever see.
Yes.
Mostly.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Mr. Lancer just like runs the school.
I think the gym. We do see a gym teacher later on, but that's it.
Okay.
But yeah.
But anyway, I mentioned that because I don't know if it's the same Razor, but the point is, a Razor possessed by Technus attacks Danny.
Right.
In the street, and like wraps him around Danny, pulls him to the air, and it's about to cut him. I like the joke Danny makes. He's like, "I'm too young to shave."
Yeah, that was funny.
But anyway, Danny goes ghost. He beats the Razor pretty easily because it's a Razor.
Yeah.
And I like Danny's response to that. He's like, "Okay, I know I should be worried about that, and I will be as soon as this party's over." So, again, I think Danny's very consistent in this episode. He's not being a jerk. Like, he knows he should, like, be worried and looking into, like, the possessed equipment.
Right.
Like, he's really worried about being popular, and he wants to just, like, do this. He wants to go to the party, have a good time, make friends, and then when it's over, he'll look into it.
Also, I should...
Like, it's relatable, He's just a kid. He wants to, go to this party and then worry about all this.
We should mention, I want to mention one funny bit that has happened during this fight with the Razor. There's a bit where the Razor is just wrapped around Danny, and they go through a building, but they don't go intangible or anything like that. There's lights on and everything like that. People are home. So did they not see this happen? Like,
Right, yeah. Oh, good. Thank you for reminding me, yeah.
Like, what happened? Like, were they just, like, were they hanging around? Like, I don't understand how not one... Like, I don't know. Like, those lights...
Yeah, people in Amity Park are blind. Like, later on, Technus is controlling, like, a giant mech suit as big as a building, and no one cares.
Well, nobody was around, at least at that point, so that was at least...
Yeah, I mean, they were in an alleyway, but still, like...
Well,
no one...
One person should have noticed, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But, yeah, then...
Anyway, yeah, so cutting back to when Danny arrives at the party.
Yeah, so Danny arrives at the party. This is where we find out that... Dash changed the dress code, and the reason that he does give is because he spent all the money that he would have had on Danny's equipment, so he didn't have enough money to buy the stuff for the party, which is hilarious because actually, if you watch the episode, it's basically implied that everybody already has this, and Danny was trying to lie saying that he did. So he just spent all this money just to get these clothes, and that he thought everybody had, but Dash didn't even have this stuff. So it's like, the hell you just screwing with this guy? Like, it's just like...
Yeah. Oh, and he also, like, takes a shot at Danny. He's like, oh, yeah, right, there was a last-second change, and you didn't know because you're not in the popular kids, like, group.
And that's yeah.
So he's like, oh, yeah, by the way, there was a last-second change. You didn't know because you weren't popular.
Like, what?
And he opens the door, and he reveals that he's wearing, like, Danny's clothes. And, like, everyone's wearing, like, either Danny's clothes, Tucker's clothes, or Sam's clothes.
Right.
The Dash revealed that, like, everyone was told to dress like a loser.
So I just find it funny, by the way, that, like, the one time Danny could have just worn his own clothes and he would have fit in, it was the opposite. Because, like, Paulina's even mentions, who dressed you, your mom, and all that type of stuff. So I actually kind of like that.
Well, I think someone else, it might have been Paulina, also mentions, like, dressing like a loser feels, like, funny.
Yeah, so,
like, everyone's just fucking ripping into Danny.
So Danny's actually trying to, like, make conversation with people, but it's not working. And it's not like Danny's not really saying anything bad. He's actually trying to be social. It's just they're just blowing him off and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, hey, what's up? And everyone's just like, ugh.
Yeah, so, Danny's upset, pretty much this is kind of like when he realizes that he basically made a wrong choice, blowing off his friends and everything like that.
Right, so that was a lesson for this episode for him to, like being popular and hang around these people who aren't nice to him is stupid,
Yeah. And then his ghost sense goes off, and he goes into Dash's room, and he sees Technus, and Technus, basically summons all of the machines that are being possessed by him, So we see like a drill, couple of a washing machine and dryer, and other things like that, all being summoned by Technus. It's really funny to think then. So like, so Danny sold a washing machine and a dryer. Like what the hell? Like, but yeah, Technus formed into like this big robot. Pretty much, it looks really cool.
Yeah. Well, not like big yet, because at the end of the episode he's like the size of a building.
Right.
But here he's like, a bit bigger than Danny.
So then, but Technus can't really talk that well. Like his voice is just cutting in and out and everything like that. And we find out.
Yeah, and then Danny sees the disc on Dash's bed, and he realizes, oh, Dash didn't update it yet. So Technus is like still like slow, and he's like not moving properly.
Yeah, and Danny inadvertently, like Danny could have just grabbed the software. By the way, never even mentioned it to Technus, and could have just left and just like never even have to do this fight. But Danny.
Right, but like it's the same joke from earlier in the episode where Danny says, "Oh no, I won't let you use that disc to update yourself."
Yeah,
and Technus is like, "Oh wow, thanks for the idea." Oh, and he even says like, "Hey, you should be a tutor," which obviously Jazz was tutoring earlier.
Yeah, and then this fight scene's probably like my favorite one that's happened. I like the Skulker one, but you didn't really see the Skulker one happen all that much. This is like the first full-on fight scene that's uninterrupted, really, that happens in Danny Phantoms.
Yeah, the one Dash's room gets trashed. I like the bit where Danny flies into Dash's closet and he sees like he has a bunch of teddy bears.
Right. I really liked. There's a lot of great fight scenes here. Technus has a crane come out of him and he pulls Danny in and he like dries him off and Danny's like spinning around in the dryer and like shoots him into like the wall or whatever, like in the radio.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good one where like Technus pulls out like a toaster and it like shoots a laser at him, which was cool.
Yeah, I like seeing all like the common appliances being used as weapons. It's really creative.
And then Danny tackles Technus into like another radio, and then because of the impact, because Technus had grabbed the upgrade disc, I think because of the impact, he dropped it, and he inadvertently lands into like I think what was meant to be the monitor or whatever, and the system upgrades, so now Technus is basically upgraded now. And I like Danny's reaction to this. He's surprised, and he just tackles Technus, and they go intangible when they like leave Dash's room, which was a really cool like scene that happened. And Dash comes in, and I guess he just thinks Danny went in there and just trashed his room like randomly. Like, I did like this time at least. Somebody heard like a commotion going on. Like usually, like nobody hears anything, but
yeah,
I don't know if Dash went in there because he heard something though. I think he was probably grabbing something. He just noticed that like Danny was just like, yeah, it was just
yeah. But we cut away from the party back to Sam and Tucker. They're watching the movie in Sam's downstairs movie theater.
Right.
And Sam thinks Tucker is like rewinding the movie, but Tucker's like, wasn't me. And then we see that like the remote is like glowing green and flies out. And then Sam realizes like, oh, all the stuff from the garage sale is like possessed by a ghost.
Yeah. And then
then they they go to the party to like help Danny out.
I don't even know if to help Danny because they even like I guess to help him, but I the one thing I didn't like was they were mentioning like, oh, this is probably ruining like his party, and they were like happy about it. It's just like what? Like
let's go watch. I'm like he wasn't even that much of a jerk.
Not even that though, but I guess it's good like social situations. I like the tie-in. I don't like the tie-in here because this villain is taking over stuff and trying to like ruin the world, and you're happy that his party's being ruined. I think that's kind of petty. Like
yeah. So like I said earlier, this conflict wasn't really like established that well, which I'm glad because like it would have been kind of annoying if this like took a lot of time. But like I just don't get why Tucker and Sam are that mad at him. Like
right.
he kind of blew you off a little bit, but like not bad.
And again, too, like they're happy that Danny's party's being ruined when this ghost could like take over the world. That doesn't really make sense. Like,
yeah.
So then they pop up. They notice that all the stuff's going to Dash's house, so that's basically like the source of where all the ghost stuff is going. And They see Danny. Danny gets like it's implied that now at this point Tectus is pretty much kicking his ass because he falls and he hits like a wall that's by the building. And now
also Tectus gets the updated disc, so he like updates himself, so he's not like bugging out anymore.
Right, I said that. Yeah.
Sorry.
And then yeah, Tectus now is big. He's as big as a building pretty much, and this is actually cool. So Danny's like trying to punch him, but he doesn't have any effect on him. So they do this funny bit where he's just like doing all these, punches and everything like that. This is kind of like where you say that when Danny's ghost, he's very athletic. Like, I mean, we mentioned him with Zuko, like when he was doing the Agni Kai, but you can kind of see like how much of a athlete and everything like that Danny is when he does his ghost powers.
Also, when Sam and Tucker are looking for Danny, there's a really cool shot where it's a long shot. You see Danny like flying in from off screen.
Yeah, that's
awesome. He goes past Tucker and Sam and like slams into the alleyway wall behind them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It obviously like goes in like slow mo.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a really cool shot. It stood out to me. I wanted to mention it.
But yeah, Tectus just easily grabs his hand and just smashes Danny. He falls to the ground. The reason I mentioned this is do you remember back on the Nickelodeon website days when we would visit that site? They had like mashups and you could like put little clips together and make like a big like video of it and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
This was a mashup. Remember, it used to be a big long mashup when it would show that. This was one of them. So.
Oh yeah, I remember a couple of Danny ones. I didn't remember the one where Tectus slaps him. That's cool.
I remember too because it goes on so long that like you could only make it 2 minutes. It's like 1:50. So if you put this mashup in, you could basically not put anything else in.
Right.
So, yeah. But yeah, basically Danny here is begging for help, but Tucker and Sam are still mad at him. So this is actually, I thought they handled this pretty well because this could have been disastrous right here. Tucker and Sam are mad at him, but I did like Danny wasn't like in danger of like being killed or anything like that. Like he's just dodging stuff and everything like that. Like I did.
Right, and like he goes back up, hits Tectus slaps him down. Danny goes back up, hits him more. Tectus slaps him down.
Right.
Like very comedy.
So eventually,
Danny's voice actor did a good job. I like how the longer Sam and Tucker are mad at him, like he raises his voice and he's like, "Guys, seriously." I think Danny's voice actor did a really good job for this bit. I like how his voice goes high pitched when he's like getting upset that Tucker and Sam are ignoring him.
I think he does really good, like having to talk fast too. Like when he has to do his apology, he has to do it so fast because he's getting his ass kicked and everything like that. So
right, and then as soon as Danny apologizes, Sam and Tucker are like, "Okay, so I can help." So like I said, I'm glad this like conflict between them wasn't like a big plot point. It was just kind of a small little thing.
And I did like to.
It had some comedy. I was fine with it.
I think they handled this well because this could have been like a bad person moment where like Danny, because we saw what they were like in season 1. Sam and Tucker, like I think would have like not. I don't know what they would have done, but like I don't know what to think of that. But like, I think why. Yeah, episode 1. But I think why they had to produce this very carefully is because like. Danny, I think because he wasn't like in danger, like he wasn't like for example, I think if they did this and they were mad at him doing like the scene where Skulker was like choking Danny or something, I like that like Tectus didn't have Danny in a position where like he was in like grave danger. He was just kind of dodging stuff.
Exactly. I think that's fine. But anyway, Danny mentions that like he's built himself a giant suit out of all the appliances from earlier in the episode. And
he's running the Portos XL. So Tucker basically knows how to beat him. They do this funny bit where he gets the remote and Tectus changes Danny into like a bunch of movie references and stuff and everything like that, which was funny.
He turns into a cowboy. I don't really watch Star Trek, but I know he turns him into either Kirk or Spock. I don't know which one he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But anyway, maybe we'll review Star Trek at some point. I don't know. But anyway, Danny grabs the remote and turns himself back to normal.
And then the ending. Tucker pretty much is stuck because he can't do anything because he's upgraded to the latest version of Portos XL. So he needs to get the latest version so that way, I shouldn't say Tectus has the latest version, but he's got like a newer version I think than Tucker had, so he couldn't do anything pretty much. But he needs the latest version.
But anyway, so they tie into Sam having the speed delivery from earlier. They have a lady speed deliver the parts Tucker needs, or the equipment Tucker needs.
Right.
And I thought it was funny how Tucker like tries to hit on her.
Yeah.
The delivery lady, and the lady's like, just sign here. Like, did not give a shit about Tucker.
And again, this is where you could say that people are deaf and like probably blind or something, because she comes up to deliver this thing and she doesn't even notice it's this big giant robot that's just terrorizing the town. Like,
while Tucker's getting ready, Sam kind of does the same thing she did to Skulker. Where she before she was like kept interrupting him while he was talking. Here, like, because Technus likes to talk so much, Sam is like, hey, why don't you, like, explain your entire plan? And Technus is like, oh, well, sure, if you insist. And he's like, I am Technus, master of technology. And, you know, like, he goes on this whole spiel.
And I think they did this just so that way the fans would know, like, what Tucker did, because when he's talking, he starts to slow down a bit and everything like that. And
well, so I think it's funny. It's in character for him to, like, do this.
Yeah. And it's revealed that apparently Portals XL has a giant hole in its security system. So that's why Tucker was able to, beat it.
Yeah. I kind of wish that was brought up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been predicted.
Like, Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if like Tucker mentioned like, oh, Portals XL, that sucks.
Mm.
You know, like if it was mentioned like at the garage sale, I think it would have been better. But it kind of comes out of nowhere at the end.
Yeah, but because of this, Danny has like a wire that's like wrapped around him about to choke him and everything like that. So then Danny takes the wire and he puts it. He basically shoves it into Technus, and I guess it's in a place where it doesn't go. So basically, he gets a big error. All the machines shuts down, and Danny uses the thermos. He sucks up Technus. I loved this was probably my favorite way someone went into the Fent thermos, minus the lunch lady, because that was a bigger thing, where Technus gets sucked out of the equipment, and
I like how the equipment didn't get sucked in, too. I like how like the equipment's still there.
Yeah. And
it just sucks Technus out of it.
And Technus's like voice actor does a really good job, like screaming and everything like that. When
Technus's voice actor is so good. I love him.
Yeah.
Like I said, when we get to Ben 10, we're gonna compare him and Dr. Animal a lot. I think they're very similar.
But yeah, so Danny, this is basically, I like that Tucker was actually the one that ultimately ended up beating Technus too. I thought that was cool. Like that was awesome. Like it shows that they're not just like, sidekicks and everything like that. They can use what they know to defeat their enemies. And
I like how Sam and Tucker contribute a lot in these episodes. Again, I think it's great because episode 1 we bitched so much about how they were the worst part of the episode, but these 2, 3, and 4 they really like did a good job showing Tucker and Sam's like good points, and they're like valuable to the team.
So then, Danny, the next day at school, we find out that Danny was able to haul all the stuff back to the shed before his dad noticed, and like you said, he's looking for government surveillance,
which I thought was pretty funny.
But I do like that Danny does have somewhat of a consequence because he has to refund everybody's money now. So like he has to give up the sweats and get money back.
Yeah, he returned the sweats to get the money back, and now he's paying everyone back with what he for the equipment.
Because basically, like it was faulty equipment. What did they think happened? What did they think was wrong with the equipment?
Yeah, I know. Mr. Lance was like, "Oh yeah, I guess it's just factory error that my razor started to fucking fly."
Yeah. So, but then Danny does apologize to Sam and Tucker one last time. I guess I like that. I think they did the apology again because I feel like I don't mind that they did it again, just because I think it would have made it look like Danny didn't learn his lesson, because it would have looked like he was just apologizing just because he had to apologize. So I do like that.
Yeah. So I like that he apologized again.
Yeah.
And then I think it was Sam's like, "Oh, so did you learn a lesson from this?" And Danny's like, "Yep." And he looks over at Dash, and then Danny stuffed all of Dash's teddy bears into his locker.
Yeah.
And then I forget what Danny said the lesson was. He said like
one man's trash is another man's reward. So
right. And then
no, it's another man's vengeance. Actually, we
right. And then which is kind of fun. Dash didn't really do anything. Oh yeah, no. I was gonna say Dash didn't do anything to him this episode. But yeah, then I remember Dash changed the dress code at the last second. Right.
I mean, it was kind of yeah. We should mention too. I did like one thing from Dash in this episode. Once Danny gets invited to the party, everybody treats him differently. We didn't really mention that.
Yeah,
like
everyone's being nice to him. Yeah.
And I like that Dash wasn't really being nice to him. I mean, it's a douchey thing, but it makes sense that he wouldn't just act nice. Mainly because he's forced to invite him to this party. But
yeah, I think Dash is really funny in these episodes. Later on, I think we get to see some of his good points, like in Pirate Radio. We kind of see him like be a cool guy.
Right, and then the shrink episode, he's pretty decent when they have to shrink So.
Right, but like for now, they're setting him up as like the standard bully. Like he's literally one letter away from being Flash Thompson, Peter Parker's bully.
Oh, okay.
I think that's episode 1, right? His name is Dash Thompson. Spider-Man's bully's Flash Thompson.
Yeah, you never told me that actually. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Anyway, so I'm mentioning it now. Dash is a Spider-Man reference. So they're setting him up as like the standard bully.
And then and I think too they told this joke very well too with Danny at the end, because I like the fact that at least because usually with Timmy when they have him do his wishes and stuff at the end, it doesn't seem like sometimes he learns his lesson. They'll do a joke at the end. I like that Danny at least looked like he learned the lesson and then they did the joke. I think that really is what makes Danny a good character.
And I think in episode 1 we said it wasn't good how Danny was like going to give his speech on why he wants to be a superhero, and then he got interrupted for a joke. That sucked because that was like that would have been a good setup for the rest of the show. Dude, you are so blurry right now.
Yeah, it's going. There you go.
Okay, I was about to say, you were out of focus for like 20 seconds. Anyway, I think this episode did it fine. Because obviously Danny learned his lesson, so like, having a little joke at the end is fine.
Right. And I think it's sometimes, even though this is a kid's show, I think it does a good enough job anyways showing what the lesson is supposed to be without telling you what the lesson is. So
right, so I think it's fine. Anyway, episode ends. I think you said you liked one of a kind the most out of these 3. I think I liked Attack of the Killer Garage Sale a little bit more.
To be honest, now that we talked about it and everything like that, I actually think it's going to be Killer Garage Sale. I think what changed my mind on that is the way that Skulker and Danny's interaction, like the first interaction. Obviously, like I think Skulker just was a bit too much of a punching bag, and he's meant to be the main villain. So
yeah. But I still give this one like a B+, around the same as
definitely. I think
very good Technus episode. I really like Technus. I'm glad he comes back.
Yep. And yeah, I think overall in a grade, it's probably like a B because we have 2 B+ and a B-. So that's a better start for Danny. That's a better on track with Danny Phantom.
Yeah, these episodes are really good. Like I said before, I think episode 1 was more of an outlier. Like usually an episode 1 is really good, but Danny's kind of that weird exception.
Right.
Where episode 1's pretty mediocre by most episode standards.
I think the biggest problem we should just mention that I'm glad the writers fixed was Tucker and Sam, and I think
that was a big thing. Like they are way more likable in these episodes. Yeah. Episode 1 was a weird outlier where they are like the worst they've been. Well, I say that, but there's one episode later on where Sam and Tucker are worse.
Well, I actually don't even know what it is.
White-haired guy?
Huh?
With the white-haired guy? That Sam dates for an episode.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They are worse in that episode. But besides that episode 1, they were pretty bad.
Yeah. But, overall, that's the end of Danny Phantom video. Thank you guys for watching this video. I doubt you guys probably watch it up to this point because it's probably 4 hours now at this point. We're going to announce this
background podcast.
We will say this. We're hoping every video for Danny Phantom and stuff we do going forward. We know what we need to fix now when it comes to not making these videos long.
Well, I think once we for 2 and 3, for episodes 3 and 4, we did a lot better. We talked like an hour for each episode.
Right. So.
Which is standard for what we usually do. I think. Episode 2 was just we talked about that for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I think that was mainly because I was really tired from work and we hadn't done a video in a long time.
Yeah, so we're gonna fix that. And we're just going to announce this now. We're still going to try this. We're just going to review the episodes, and then if there's any hindsight, we're just going to mention them at the end of the episode reviews. Maybe that would make it quicker, too. But anyhow, that's pretty much it, guys. Anything you want to plug or promote?
Nope.
As for me, just check out this channel. We did find a way. I know it's been announced that retro movie reviews have been canceled, but we did find a way to keep it going. I still have to talk to people, but we're still going to keep it going. And then obviously this series, the next video we're going to do is either going to be a Ben 10 review. That would be like the next big video we do. But if there's anything quick we're going to do, we'll do, like SpongeBob or something, because we've been putting that off for a while.
Yeah, so. But our next main video will be Ben 10 Season 1 episodes 2, 3, and 4.
Yep, so same thing. And then, we don't know when that's going to be yet, because we're in the between.
We're pretty busy.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys.
We're not going to make a big break like last time, because like we said, a big reason why this episode ended up being longer than it should have been is because we took a big break.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you guys for watching this video. And since it's being recorded in the past, we will talk to you guys in the future.